Hi, welcome back to the stream. I'm trying a slightly different setup than usual, so this might take me a sec just to make sure everything's working as intended. But this will be just another kind of chill Rust programming stream on that project in progress. The sandbox thing. I actually need to update some of those URLs. So the main change here is that live.diode.zone is no longer sort of an ad hoc thing that I was running just for this stream, but I upgraded to the recent PeerTube 3.0 release, which includes a bit of built-in live streaming support. So I'm trying to do that. I don't know if the live stream is actually up on DiodeZone quite yet. I might have to check that on the other computer. But it looks like we're streaming out on YouTube on the scanlime-in-progress channel. And we are also over on Twitch at twitch.tv/scanlime. Hey there, Alexis. Is our little notification bot thing still working? Yeah, the little Twitter bot at twitter/scanlimelive is still working. Let's see what DiodeZone thinks about this whole situation. Actually, I've got a good view of the cat, which I should be leaving you with instead of the title card while I debug this. Is this the full screen cat view? Yes. This video might be slightly glitchy. I think there are some problems with the RTSP client communicating with this particular camera. I thought it was going to start by itself. Maybe I'll have to restart it manually. Tuco and I are also both cat themed today. I've got these really warm pants as a gift from a friend here. Something even more outlandish than my usual purple plaid ones. Oh, is this not going to come back? Maybe we'll use the other cat cam. I think this one's got a clear view right now. Alright, DiodeZone. Oh, did it just take like 10 whole minutes to even show up on the local videos page? Ooh, okay, maybe the latency is just really bad. But it does look like we are streaming on DiodeZone. As usual, I'm very grateful that PeerTube exists as a thing that fairly normal sysadmins can install and run little communities around, but I also really wish its video performance was better, and it's not necessarily something that seems like a small architectural change. But anyway, it looks like we've got a live stream over on diode.zone. Looks like there might be a significantly more lag on that stream than the others, but it seems to be working. So that's a thing that exists. When I set up my own live streaming server, I feel like I was able to optimize the lag down somewhat low. Like, I don't know, I hadn't really measured it consistently against Twitch and YouTube, but I feel like the latency was probably more in the I don't know, 20 seconds range, whereas this is probably like at least a minute or something. But it exists. Yeah, let me know if you have, if you want to try that, or if you have, if you want to try it, you can just try it. But let me know if you have feedback about it when you do. 'Cause even though I don't know, I've been sort of reluctant to be super involved with the development of PeerTube, because I feel like I'd rather work on something that's more PeerTube adjacent than PeerTube internal. I'm also pretty committed still to being a good sysadmin, so if you have problems with the current instance of it, I want to know about them at least, even if it means that I make more of a sysadmin sort of change than a developer sort of change to fix the immediate problem. Let's see if I can still get a good view of Tuco while we're doing the programming. Also, I don't have my own chat platform, but I'm trying to pay attention to both the Twitch and the YouTube chats. To do that, I kind of need them both to actually be on the screen. Oh, hey, we got a viewer from Slovakia over on YouTube. Hello, hello. Sysadmin. Yeah, well, let's make sure to put the cat on the screen, since I know he's why basically everybody's here. Ah, this camera is so much better than the that IP cam, which is so much lag, hard to focus. This is the camera Tuco deserves. Is that in a little too close? We're not seeing enough of Tuco now. He is a very good cat. He's been so much the past week. I think he's noticed that the humans around him have been kind of stressed out this week, and he's been extra loud as a result, which is just great. It's been a stressful week with the humans. Yeah, I feel like my main take on the whole, like, takeover of the Capitol situation here is that, like, the whole thing happening at all, like the like right-wing violence occurring at some point between the election and the inauguration was basically inevitable. Like I don't know of anyone who didn't think that was a possibility. It seemed like obvious to me, but I think the thing that's a bit alarming is just the combination of their own sort of massive incompetence with how far along they got in the whole process sort of speaks to a significantly more obvious level of widespread institutional rot than I think most people were willing to admit before. So it's like nothing new to a lot of people who have been paying attention, but it's like, I don't know, I was watching a bit of some interview between it was some like old-timey media television reporter, and she was like a traditional media reporter. She was interviewing Mary Trump, the Trump family member who's been a bit of a like family whistleblower, and being like, yes, all of these people are narcissistic, and you know, here's what it actually looks like from the inside. And she was describing how, like, obviously they had some help to get as far in as they did, and like you just watch the interviewer's brain melt for a second, trying to comprehend the possibility that maybe the police and the white supremacists are not on different sides. But like, you know, any of us who've been to other protests already knew that. Gosh, Tuco. Is this camera not sure which cat to focus on? It is cold outside, but Tuco is going to yell until I let him experience the coldness. Oh, thanks for the YouTube super chat, Yosef. Put that towards some cat food. Tuco has such weird taste in cat food. Yeah, maybe I can. I really need to just switch to a wireless keyboard or something so I don't have this in the way of the camera viewing Tuco optimally. Well, I'll try not to get in the way of Tuco while also setting this up for some project coding. So I had a bit of a gap in the streams, partly because the world has been intense and I've been glued to the news and all that. But like also I had this big refactor in the project, and so for just days and days I had these giant diffs in my tree and nothing compiled, and it was just a giant mess. And I had to kind of answer a bunch of architectural questions for myself that involved just like staring at the code for a while and just like thinking about it. Ooh, can I get the tripod all the way over here? Yeah, I kind of missed the squeaky motor noises from the Tuco Flyer, huh? This room is much smaller than my previous filming location. There's maybe a couple of feet I could have the Tuco Flyer move around in. It'd be tricky, though. Oh, hacker keyboard pants. That could be cool. Oh man, Tuco is so picky about cat food, gosh. And I feel like every time he finds a tastier cat food, he just doesn't want anything to do with any of the other cat foods. So his current favorite for the most part has been this like meat bits in gravy kind of stuff that comes in this tiny package, and I've tried to get him interested in slightly more reasonable foods, but he's been really gung-ho about that, so I just started getting that in bulk. And of course, I get to the point where I get maybe like 1 or 2 bulk orders in of a particular kind of food, and then he starts having other feelings about it. This time, my housemate here had some salmon left over from something else, and so we gave Tuco some salmon, and he liked it so much that I don't think he wants anything except salmon now. But then the other day, he was into the salmon, and he had also found some of my cheese, or some of my housemate's cheese. We're not even sure which. And so Tuco loves cheese, but if he eats cheese, he barfs. And so he barfed up a bunch of the cheese and salmon. Will he let me close this now? Will he let me get closer to the keyboard? Oh, let's bring the cat back. I'm not taking Tuco off screen. I'm just being negligent in my channel switching. I should hack on a bunch of quality of life improvements for this streaming setup. Like, it'd be cool to have a single button that changes the cropping for this camera. So the main thing that I got working between the last stream and now is we can run normal dynamically linked programs. So like, I don't have to run the dynamic link interpreter directly or search around for a static binary. I can just run regular dynamic programs. So that's been kind of nice. All right, I have more than one program in here now that starts with band. Let's pull up the website for this too, just for reference. Tuco was at least relatively kind with the cat barf this time, and he barfed on stuff that's relatively easy to clean. Oh, you want him back over here. Are we going to do the thing where you repeatedly ask me to open and close this? Tuco's got a routine when we do these streams. I don't really like it, but it's a routine. He's just asking me to open the door, hanging out over there, enjoying the view for a while, and then coming back over here when it gets cold. Might have to switch cameras. Is this other camera still not loading? Oh, why are you so unreliable? I think I just have to open the preferences or the properties for the camera and then close them again, and then it works. I love that stuff. There's like a few seconds of lag. Oh, that's a good idea, to chroma key out the desktop and then put the window on top of the cat cam. Hmm. That might be nice. What color could we choose for that? Oh, what do I even have for this? We could. It'd be great if I could chroma key the image, so just like do an image match or something. Oh, can I? How do I deselect all of these, I wonder? Do I need a tiny transparent image or something? Is the help helpful? Gosh, I think I do just need a little transparent file or something. Ugh. Oh, that's a modified version of the multi-track drifting meme. This one's multi-core JTAG. I forget why I had that. It was, I think, something related to multi-core debugging. But gosh, I haven't used this program in ages. That doesn't have a color in it, does it? Oh gosh, the icons. This is like different than last time I used this program, and also different than Photoshop. Oh gosh. Where's to go? Ah, I really need a better way to mount this camera. It's the problem where the camera is so light that the wire pushes it around. Of course, the transparent PNG is awkward to select. Gosh. Now I can pick a specific RGB shade that I don't actually like and then key it out. Could choose like CGA cyan, basically. Yeah, that's beautiful. Let's key that out immediately. Shout out to CGA. Why does that not actually match? I'm sure there are so many ways to do this. I don't need additional ways to do it, thanks. But none of this is running on the same computer, so let's just try that for now. It's not great, but it might be good enough. Like in this case, it's the network camera, so whatever, but if I wanted to switch back to the DSLR. Like, it's nice for that to not have lag. Yeah, even without the shadows, though, the color wasn't matching, because, like, somebody's got a color lookup table. Like, I don't know if it's in the video card or in the capture card, but, like, it's a digital video signal, but not everyone's going to have the same idea of how those signals map to 8-bit values. Okay, that's not perfect, but let's try it out. Oh gosh, I've got a face full of cyan now. I'm doing a bad job of not covering up Tuco. Sorry. It's the whole point of this, right? Okay. So, we've got a cat here sitting under the computer in some manner. And we've got the project here on the GitHub. It is, as the page says, an experimental container runtime. This is mainly an experiment that I'm doing as part of trying to make a video transcode server kind of thing. But it's also just been sort of an interesting low-level Rust project to kind of help me get more in depth about like what I've done in Rust. Like, this has helped me deal with a lot more like low-level and high-level Rust, and it's been just like a generally larger Rust project than I've really ever done before. So it's been kind of a learning experience for me. It's also something I kind of hope to use in bigger projects, and it's also been just kind of a fun thing to talk about on stream. So yeah, it's like basically a weird little sandbox that runs Docker images. So part of it is a client for Docker registries. you can either connect to one of the big official servers, or you can run a local server or whatever, and you can pull images from there into a local cache. Everything can be authenticated by content hash. So if you have a content hash, that will uniquely refer to, or not theoretically, mathematically uniquely, but it means that you cannot practically forge a container which has different behavior and the same content hash, because there's a chain of trust between the actual disk images that we read and the ultimate identity of the actual disk, or the actual container image. So it's got that client that downloads the individual pieces. It doesn't actually extract the Docker images into any kind of real kernel file system. Instead, it maintains its own virtual file system that can be just read from at runtime. I currently don't really plan on having any write support in the file system. That might change. Like, there are maybe some good use cases for having like in-memory temporary writable directories. But for the most part, I'm not focusing on file system writability, and I'm not really planning on having any network support other than maybe very, very basic support for Unix domain sockets. So yeah, it's mostly for running simple kind of compute workloads like FFmpeg. So what does it do so far? I've got a bunch of test cases that work. All the test cases that are actually checked in here work. So I can run just like bits and pieces of the BusyBox shell utilities. I can get Python kind of working. Like, I was looking for tools that I could use to write unit tests that run inside the sandbox. Because there's a large category of tests where it's useful. Oh, I'm doing a bad job at not covering up Tuco again. Sorry. There's a large category of tests where you just want to make sure something works, but I also want to be able to write fairly low-level tests for the for like the system calls and virtual files and everything else that are available inside the sandbox. I also want to be able to write security tests that try to do operations that shouldn't be allowed, and then verify that they're disallowed in the correct way. So all of that kind of, there's a bunch of different ways I could do that. I could start making just like a series of my own Docker images for testing purposes. I could have some infrastructure in this repo that generates those images. It also seemed convenient just to be able to start running more interpreted code and just like scripting languages inside the sandbox. So let's see, what have I tried? I tried a little bit of Go code just because I was curious, and basically anything multi-threaded currently doesn't work because I have stubs in place of fork and clone, which are the ways that you create additional processes in Linux. And I started kind of doing some work on fork, but there's still some work to be done in getting that working. So I was just trying to see if there were things that I could run that didn't require multiple processes or any threads. Perl seems to work. I don't really want to write Perl code, but that exists. And then I looked into Python. Python actually was kind of close to working as soon as I got dynamic linking, or the dynamic link interpreter working. And then the main thing it was hung up on is it was trying to load a bunch of libraries, and I didn't have support for doing directory listings at all. So like, I was making jokes about whether I was going to LD or LS first, and I apparently did LD before I LS'd. So I could dynamically link things, but I couldn't actually do directory listings. And so Python was trying to load modules related to text encoding to get the interpreter REPL going, and that was failing. So I do have some really basic support for LS now. That also needs work. There are multiple ways of doing directory listings in the Linux kernel system call interface, and I've only actually implemented one of them correctly. It's also just kind of a weird implementation that I might revise. So normally a directory has a file descriptor, like you open it sort of like you would a file, but then once it's open, you don't read from it using read and write. You read directory entries using a specialized system call that just reads directory entries. So just for sort of an expedient implementation of this that would get me toward running like ls in Python. I have an implementation such that when you open a directory, it's actually creating an anonymous in-memory file that contains all the directory entries for that directory. And then getDents, the get directory entries system call, just maps to read. So it's just literally reading from an in-memory file. But that only works because I can know ahead of time what format those directory entries should be in and just populate the whole thing when the file's opened. This breaks down when I start to want multiple formats. So I just found an image that I wanted to run. It was like an LLVM tools image with CentOS. And some libc in this CentOS image decided to use the old legacy compatibility 32-bit version of get directory entries, which uses a different header format. So normally in the kernel this is fine because under the hood those are both just accessors for a certain kind of iterator that iterates over directory entries. But that won't work with my kind of kludge of mapping it all to read because I'd have to know the formats ahead of time, and now I've got two different formats. So I could just fully emulate getDents, but then like what do I actually put in the file? I probably just need to open some other anonymous directory. I don't think any of that's a problem, but there's sort of a corner case that I'm worried about where when you're reading a directory entry, you can't actually seek in that directory. And as far as I understand, you do that using normal file seek, like lseek calls and whatever. And that file pointer is used both for regular read and write and for getDents. So it's not common, but there are programs out there that will try to seek between directory entries while reading a directory. And I don't know how I'd implement that, which is an edge case that I don't care super much about, but I'd want it to be correct if possible. I don't know how I'd implement that without having to emulate all the file seeking, like emulating the file pointers in general, which is something I've been trying to avoid doing. Tuco's intrigued because I'm playing with zip tie. He brought the zip tie over here, and then I took it from him and started playing with it absentmindedly. So yeah, maybe I do have to emulate the file pointers. I've just been trying to avoid getting in the fast path of file I/O if possible. There's also maybe a way that I can indicate ahead of time which file descriptors are in need of which level of emulation, and then bake that into the setcomp filter. But that seems dubious because the file descriptors can be just entirely chosen by user space if they call the dup2 system call. So I can't just choose the file descriptors arbitrarily. I could decide, for example, that like all even file descriptors go to the host kernel and all odd file descriptors go to the emulated kernel, but like the first of all, that obviously wouldn't work for standard I/O where you have file descriptors 0, 1, and 2 kind of hard-coded everywhere. And then you can just kind of arbitrarily stick file descriptors wherever you want using dup2, so there's that. Oh, sorry I'm a little behind on chat, but it's nice to see everyone saying hi and trying to give a proper amount of context for this project without being boring. So yeah, I could imagine like separating the file descriptors somehow, but that I don't think works in practice because of dup2. And then I don't think it's ever practical to have anything that can change like that encoded in the setcomp filter because you can't remove setcomp filters. Like you can add more setcomp filters to add additional restrictions to system calls, but you're just adding more programs onto a list of programs that all run every time a system call happens. So that's not going to be great for performance or simplicity. And they're just like, you're going to pile up and hit a limit. And then like, of course you can't change, like you can't, actually, I don't remember how seccomp resolves issues where you have multiple filters that all return the same kind of result, but with different return values. So if you have two filters that say like, let's see, how would that actually work? If this was, I don't think that can work, because like the thing we're trying to do in this case is toggle on and off an emulation. So it's like, are we allowing this through to the host or not? And like that's a one-way trip. Like those are on different security levels as far as seccomp is concerned. Like once you remove access to have a particular system call pass through directly to the host kernel, you can't put that back with another system call or another seccomp filter. So yeah, a bunch of these things work, kinda. What are we doing in Python? So we can pull the container, we can run, I'm just like printing a file name and then doing a lister. So those things both work, pretty trivial. FFmpeg makes it to the help screen and it'll print the version. The next thing FFmpeg itself fails on is creating threads. I tried even some really basic conversions, like making a test video and not compressing it, and it seems like FFmpeg always wants to make a thread next, but I haven't looked too much closer at that. It seems like we should implement threads pretty soon. Same issue here. This is commented out because it doesn't run because of threads. True, false, echo, uname, read link, apt-cow, ls-l. This is not quite right. If you look closely at this, you might notice that this is different than something you'd see on a regular Linux system. Like these directories should not have a link count of 0. That's a bug. I wouldn't necessarily call it a bug for directories to have a size of 0. I think that's allowed, but in Linux, on most file systems, these will have a non-zero size. Like, I think ext4, these will always be 4096. Got some symlinks that work. So yeah, this is all from the emulated file system. So this is something that the sandbox environment created using a bunch of tar files that it downloaded from the official Docker registry in this case, and then this data is a combination of getDents and stat system call results, going back to the ls running inside the sandbox. There's cat. I think cat made an interesting test case because it used fadvise or some other system call I hadn't seen before. There are several tests that are kind of duplicated between different libcs and different distros. So like I have uname and true and false on a lot of these distros because those are just basic ways to test that the libc is working in an extremely minimal way. Anyway, yeah, so nothing super exciting, but a few things work. I can sometimes run a shell. So let's just use cargo to compile this and then run the binary standalone, because that's kind of more satisfying. Hello, stream fans. Unhelpful snap. I'm surprised this cursor is not transparent with the color key. Let's check on diode zone. This is the first time I am trying a live stream on diode zone. It appears to exist in multiple resolutions. Such transcode. Oh, do I have to log in here? I don't have the logins for this. I keep instinctively moving the window like, oh, there's so much room, I should move the window over. And then I'm going to cover Tuco. Alright, so I had this other tree with another set of tests I was adding. That's right, these tests currently fail. I don't have to fix this now. Like, this project is at the point where there are just so many things that I could fix. There's a plethora of things that need fixing. Like, I don't super need to get LLVM working inside there. I just thought that would be another useful tool for running unit tests. And then it turns out there were unrelated problems. Like, one of the tar files is hitting a feature that, well, I don't even know if it's like a feature that I haven't implemented or if it's a bug or like a weirdly encoded tar file or whatever. But what it kind of looks like is that the tar encoder or whatever, the tar compressor, was trying to be fancy, and it realized that it was encoding a hard link that had contents that are smaller than the file name. So instead of encoding a file name that pointed to the existing copy of it, I think it just encoded the data itself. But I think that's a way of encoding a file that my decoder didn't recognize. I don't know if that's actually true, but that's my best guess so far at what's going on there. Aiden's wondering if Bandsox is supposed to be like AWS Lambda, like a serverless kind of thingy. You could use it for that. That's not really what I'm intending it for. The main thing I wanted to use it for was to use it for creating additional levels of isolation within an existing server. So my vision for this is not so much that you would just wrap this in a network layer and then provide it as infrastructure for everybody else, but that you would use this to implement features inside of larger, like kind of back-end application server kinds of things. So in the particular use case that I'm trying to use this for, I would have a server written in Rust that would implement a bunch of video protocols and provide a combination of in-memory and persistent storage for videos and streams. And that would create a bunch of these lower privilege containers using Bandsox that would run FFmpeg. And the goal there would be both to have some additional privilege isolation and to have a way of referring to specific binary versions of the transcoders in order to hopefully have reproducible transcodes. Yeah, but I mean, it does start up pretty fast. Like, there are definitely ways that you could use this to just run effectively new containers very quickly. It's not going to be ever faster than like forking off a new process in Linux. Like, it's creating one container in Bandsox involves creating at least two processes, and doing a whole bunch of system calls. So it's never going to be as fast as something like, just making even just like a single new thread in an existing process. But it does give you isolated file systems for much cheaper than you can get those from the host kernel if that's what you want. Like you don't have to mount new file systems. You can just basically make another reference to copy and write data structures in memory. Gosh, Tuco's making me leave this door open. Like I don't want to leave it open, but I'm sure he's going to get up and demand I open it again if I close it. I think this test is taking a while because it actually is just taking a while to download the image. So the decompressor that I'm running is actually really slow in debug builds. Just like in general, Rust debug builds often run just so much slower than release builds just because there's such a high level of compile time optimization. And that's just especially bad with this gzip implementation. And so I bet that's what this is hitting, is that it's running the tests in debug mode. And so the first time this test suite is using this particular image, it's caching it. I can just put that aside for a minute, though. Okay, so this is just a new build of this command line interface. Just for maximum satisfaction, let's just use the actual binary instead of going through cargo. And this is like the nothing's up my sleeve here. It's just like using standard libraries here and libSSL. So yeah, it has a bunch of options. We could try just pulling that LLVM image just to see how slow that's going to be on a release build. I wonder if that's just a momentary DNS failure, actually. Let's get the actual image name. Let's try running it with just defaults and see what that does. I think this is going to point to, I don't want to spoil it, but I think this might actually point to something easy that we could implement on this stream, actually. I'm pretty happy with the multi-progress bar situation, at least. So that was pretty fast. Let's run that again without the cache and time it. I see there's spending more time decompressing than anything else because the internet's fast here. Okay, so let's actually run it. Okay, that's the tar file thing that I mentioned already. I had a work in progress patch for that we might take a closer look at. I guess the thing I was thinking about that we would hit next is that it's going to try to run a shell script, which I don't support yet, but wouldn't be too hard to add. Yeah, this tree over here has another patch in that works around the tar issue. Now I'm getting a bunch of these complaints that there's a hard link with a missing content. But I'm just ignoring those. Right, these all have really long file names and really short contents, which is partly supports my theory. Whoa. Apparently that's a shortcut that exists. That's cool. It doesn't zoom the cat. All right, and then we get this initial exec failed, which is a really unhelpful error message, but that's just the error no from the first exec call, and it shouldn't even really be a panic message like it is, but I haven't implemented a better way of returning errors from that particular stage in the loader right now. So now if we look for 8, that is exec format error, which I think is just coming from it not being an ELF file and the script loader not being done. Is it worth checking that in? Do my test cases even work? Yeah, so what should we do next? Should we commit to getting this LVM image working? Should we work on fork? Should we work on shell scripts? I'm gonna get some water while I let this run. I'll be right back. Let's make sure Tuco's uncovered. Is Tuco gonna let me close this door now? So much coldness. Ugh, maybe we should switch to using a faster computer for this project. I've been developing this on a computer with significantly more CPUs than this machine. Oh, let's do some things that work, though, before just getting mired in stuff that doesn't. Oh, what happened here? Oh, we had a DNS error that broke those tests. That's interesting. Yeah, I've got a known problem with my local DNS server, which I'm not super concerned about, but it breaks things sometimes. Anyway, so we can run some of the stuff that we were trying to run before, like various versions of BusyBox. So this is actually in the shell. It's complaining because getCWD is not actually implemented properly, so it doesn't know what directory we're in, but we've got a prompt. The terminal is a little bit messed up in several of these programs because I am not implementing any of the terminal I/O controls, so it's getting a bunch of things wrong in terms of how it interacts with the terminal. What else? So if I run something that isn't a built-in, this is currently where it crashes when it tries to fork. It gets partway into emulating fork, and then because I haven't actually implemented it correctly, it gets an unexpected event from the tracer, which represents the actual fork, and so that's where we crash. But I can run stuff that's a shell built-in, so like help, echo. Oh, env isn't a built-in. So I can start to interact with the shell here. And I think I get to similar places on the other libcs here. So that was muscle. Let's try UC libc. Pretty similar. That libc uses clone instead of fork, which I haven't implemented any of, and so it fails earlier. Oh yeah, this complains less. I think glibc actually does not call get cwd because it keeps its own cache of the current working directory. So like glibc actually thinks that we are in slash because we just changed directories into slash, whereas the other libcs don't keep track of that and they ask the kernel. Oh, what can we do from here? We don't have bash, do we? Oops. I think we do have bash, but we can't run it. Or actually, I don't know, because like we didn't even... I don't think we stat that. I think we just try execing it. Is ls not a built-in? We can run ls, though, just not through the shell. I need to escape that L. So yeah, that's the actual ls inside BusyBox for the glibc. And you can use this to browse around the file system a little bit. So we don't have a dev populated with anything. Here's a bunch of hard links to BusyBox in/bin. The shell colors work. Let's try a different image, do something similar. Let's try alpine, just like top of tree alpine. And let's escape that. So that also similarly works. These are symbolic links now. Debian. No shell colors here, but I think that's just the configuration. Let's try running apt and see how far we get at various things. So there's the apt help. There's apt moo. Apt list. This is an unimplemented system call. This is not very ergonomic. The error is at the bottom, and then most of the information I need starts at the top. I should probably put the registers after the stack, maybe. That's hex 16. I need a system call decoder. Does cat work? I think cat works. I mean, cat definitely works in a lot of distros. Let's see if cat works in this specific Debian distro. There's cat. There's cat. There's cat. Yeah, there's various cats. So this call decimal 22 is pipe. Right, so we do need to emulate pipe because anything that creates or destroys file descriptors needs to go through our file descriptor tracking. So we will have to trap pipe, but then just pass it to the real kernel and then yeah, I think we'll have to use so anything that we have to emulate like that, I was just thinking, because this like kind of points to a fairly classic problem with ptrace based firewalls, which is basically what this is, like a ptrace system call firewall. Anytime you deal with data that's behind a pointer like this, it's actually in user address space. So you effectively can't rely on that data ever for security purposes, because you could always be racing with some other thread in user space that's trying to modify that as you're checking it. So I think that's fine in this case, because even if there's some malicious user space thread racing with the file descriptor that we're getting from the real kernel as part of the emulation of this pipe, the worst it would be able to do is corrupt its own notions of which files go with which file descriptors, which I don't think is useful for escalating anything. It's just incorrect. We could look at the list of system calls and what they're currently doing. Oh, let's pull up the graphical Emacs. Don't have to run everything in a shell. Oh, where are we starting? Comp. Oh, this is pretty random, but if you are viewing this in the archives and there isn't currently this stream going on Diode Zone, but you want to check out Diode Zone streaming, there's also an Isopod stream. I've had the Isopod stream for years now at this point, but or at least over a year. I don't think it's been 2 years yet, but I had this stream for a while, and just it's not what I intended to search for, and just moved it over to this server. So again, it doesn't really have a memorable URL, but if you go there, it'll probably be near the local videos top of the list now, but I think anytime if you search for Isopod, you'll probably find it. Isopod channel. I just put a bunch of fresh leaves in there. I don't quite know where the isopods are going to want to hang out. You can see some like really little ones here in the thumbnail. These are very large leaves too. I just grabbed a handful of them from outside. Okay, we currently actually have 3 different set comp policies. When you're all the way inside the sandbox, all 3 policies are applied, and there's a bunch of redundancy, but I wanted to have some separation between the different parts of the stack, some defense in depth. So it isn't just a single set comp policy, it's actually 3 layers. There's one layer that, let's see, there's policy for tracer init, policy for tracer after init, and policy for loader. So the tracer and the loader are the 2 different modes that this process can run in, really. The tracer is the single process that sits kind of on the boundary of the sandbox, has a bunch of its own set comp restrictions, but is also aware of a bunch of the identities of resources both inside and outside the sandbox. So it's actually doing the system call emulation. The tracer usually runs under both of these policies, but the first policy here additionally allows fork and exec just long enough for the tracer to start the loader. So as soon as the tracer starts up the loader, it loads this additional policy that locks down everything else that was locked down before, but also locks down fork and exec. And then this is kind of the bulk of, so like once we're here loading this policy, the first 2 policies have already separated out things that are like completely allowed versus things that are not allowed unless they go through the emulator first. So any system call that's on this list, for example, the emulator doesn't even find out about them usually. So things like copy file range or exit would just go right to the host kernel. Read and write, nanosleep. This definitely needs some modification, but this is kind of my starting point for that at least. Yeah, memfd create shouldn't really be on here because it creates a new file descriptor. But the idea is that things that don't involve any process IDs or modification of file descriptors could be on this list. Is this generating BPF? Yes, this is generating BPF. This is a really tiny BPF library that I wrote in Rust for this purpose. You can find it on crates. I called it setcomp tiny. So yeah, I've been trying to keep the system calls in here really minimal, but it also like needs to actually create these policies. So I don't know, just to, in the spirit of keeping the dependencies on this really light, it didn't really appeal to me to have a runtime dependency on libsetcomp. And given how simple the kernel mode interface was, I just figured I would write my own library for it. Like if you're writing C code, this is the kind of thing that you could pretty easily throw together just in an array using preprocessor macros. And this is just a somewhat nicer way to do that in Rust, but it accomplishes something pretty similar. It just has a statically sized buffer here that it's filling with instructions when we call these functions. So yeah, these are filling a buffer with instructions in this very simple programming language that the kernel uses to filter things like network packets and system calls. And then this activate call sends the program to the kernel, which validates it and stores it permanently. And then once we get down here to the policy for the loader, this says it's for the loader because the loader is where we install this, but this is ultimately the most restrictive policy that we then pass on to processes that run inside the sandbox. So this then, in this environment where a few things are allowed out all the time, most things are allowed only in emulation. This is then kind of setting some specific failure modes for some of these. So like, let's see, these are allowed only via the emulation. So these, if the process in the sandbox hits one of these system calls normally, the process will stop. It'll actually stop all the threads and let the tracer inspect the registers on this task and restart it if we want. And when we restart it, we can either let the same system call continue, or we can let any other allowed system call continue. So the kernel will actually run this filter again to verify that whatever the new system call was not already disallowed by another filter, so that you can't use ptrace to break out of setcomp filters. But it means that anything that we want to either trace or remotely invoke during a traced system call has to be in this list. So let's see. Some of the big ones are like exec. Like we can't allow anything that has a file name in it basically, and there's no way to allow access to the kernel's real program loader as far as I can tell, without also allowing access to the file system. So we have our own program loader. Several of these are stubs right now. So this is like the first layer of this. The kernel checks this table to see where the system call gets routed to. Some of these, for example, just return with errors right away. This is that sig31 that we were seeing. This is where I've been dumping system calls that I haven't decided what to do with yet. There's probably going to be something better for that eventually. So then that goes over to this. Is this where it is? Task. So this is an asynchronous task, like a lightweight thread basically, but all of this runs on the same kernel thread, the same kernel process. But there's a separate lightweight task for every process that's being traced. And that task has the opportunity to modify memory, to make ptrace calls, and to wait until a particular ptrace event happens. So here's where we kind of start up the process and synchronize with the user space. But then we start handling events as they come in. There's a little bit of signal handling here, but most of what we're doing here is handling these setcomp traps, which are generated by that BPF program that was in that initialization code. And so when we get a setcomp trap, then most of what we're doing is system call emulation. So we've got a system call emulator that we wrap around everything that else is going on so far, run the emulated system call asynchronously, and then replace the original system call with this blocked, which is just -1, and let the process keep going. I've also broken up the system call emulator a bit since we looked at this last. I don't think it's in my project cache even. Yeah, so most of it is all under the syscall emulator. But inside the emulator, it mostly boils into this dispatch. So this is currently the list of system calls we're handling. It's the fork I was just adding. Doesn't really work yet. Bunch of stubs for the various user IDs, which we'll definitely need those to implement threads. Stub for I/O control so far. There might be some I/O controls we want to emulate for terminal-related stuff, but I suspect a lot of this is going to be just deny. For stuff that accesses file system metadata like stat, this ends up locally mapping the file descriptor back to a remote notion of this file. So in this case, that's mostly just a wrapper around the virtual inode number. So we can locally turn the file descriptor into a virtual inode number, and then we, over this inter-process communication channel back to the higher privilege process, we can ask for the actual metadata out of the file system. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Arnie's wondering if there's a concern that the Rust compiler will make system calls that are restricted by setcomp, or if no standard takes care of that. That's basically the main reason for no standard here, is that I want really tight controls over which system calls are invoked. And so the Rust compiler itself never makes system calls. That's actually just done by the dynamic linker and mostly the standard C library. So in this case, I do actually have some system calls coming in from the dynamic linker because I have not mandated that this is compiled statically. The dynamic linker doesn't really have much work to do, and it seems like it's not really getting in the way at this point, so I haven't really tried harder to disable it. But yeah, for the most part, I'm making all my system calls at a lower level. I've got this little library that I've been calling nolibc, which is just like little bits of libc-like functionality that don't use the standard library. So like print is defined here. That's just like an unbuffered write system call right there. Like, it's very simple. Sorry, I keep covering up the cat because I'm not looking at that screen. Yeah, dup2. This is the one I was talking about that can arbitrarily rename a file descriptor. Stretch. Yeah, I smelled that cat yawn all the way over here. Oh, Tuco. We kind of have stat. A bunch of these fields are not correct, especially for the root directory. All the nodes that come from the tar file at least kind of have correct modes and timestamps, but all the devices are 0. Does recursive ls work? Kinda. That's interesting. So this is both kind of slow and also gets stuck, and I wonder what both of those are about. The VFS trace is not as useful as it could be. The IPC layer is a little bit nicer for tracing. This just gives you the messages going back and forth between the two processes. A lot of back and forth for the LS, right? Like, it's funny, get dense is actually a really efficient system call, but then basically everybody just ends up statting every file that comes out of it. Oh, Tuco is just like curled up right behind there. Unreliable camera is unreliable. Yeah, I was gonna try to switch to the other camera, but it's gave me like a second to video and then stopped. Oh, Took. I guess I do need to improve my cat stream setup here, huh? Mostly I just have too much junk over here. There we go. Get all this out of the way. Oh yeah, good cat. Oh yeah, so there's a question about the live.diode.zone link. I know it's broken, I just didn't have time to fix that before starting this. The stream is on diode zone. It's just that the live.diode.zone link doesn't do anything. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do about the links because the way the PeerTube streaming works, there is no stable link for the individual stream. So I might just have to link to the channel or something, but yeah, I decided not to wait until I'd fixed everything before starting the stream, but to just go for it. Yeah, if you hit local videos, it's right there at the top. Yeah, there's just so many problems. Like this just fits into the larger issue of like I don't like it's just so broken that I don't know where to begin. Like yeah, I could make some kind of redirector for the live subdomain, but there's a problem where even the identity of a channel on PeerTube is not especially great or stable, and like it's like everybody's got these annoying like UUIDs. So like I don't know if I want to have just like a weird one-off redirector script that pokes into the PeerTube database and gets the UUID just for my stream, or if I want to solve it better or just not solve it at all. I mean, part of why I'm going into this sandbox project is that I would rather fix the low-level problems from a starting point that I understand than to just like feel stuck in a sea of sort of equally unfixable issues. No, Tuco's really intense right now. Yeah, I was saying earlier that I'm really grateful that PeerTube exists. I just find it also really unmotivating to personally hack on. So there are a lot of quality of life improvements that I'd like that I haven't just personally written right now. I don't know where to put these windows without getting in the way of Tuco. I should probably get this tree working enough that I can check it in at least. Yeah, so what's up with this? Maybe I will investigate this tar file problem. So I added that failing LLVM test in this tree, which is fine. It's failing for a couple of reasons as far as I can tell. I don't have the output specified correctly in the test, so even when the engine works, the test is going to fail because I need to fix the output. But it's also failing because I think I need, well, I either need to override the entry point or implement script support because I think this image is using a shell script as its entry point. And then the actual, yeah, there were a couple of other problems, but I mean, I think this one might be a good one to focus on. The actual tar file was failing to load because as we're parsing its metadata, we hit upon a header that something doesn't know how to read. So I think I might just try to look closer at that. I feel like I'm probably just talking too much and I should shut up and code. Maybe zoom out the cat cam slightly so I have more room. Yeah, Tuco camera, RC car, maybe. I mean, maybe just a smaller tripod dolly. Anybody else been finding just everything about technology extremely demotivating for a long time, but just especially recently? uh, And I still feel like I'm in so deep that I don't know where else to go, but I also just don't like anything around this. Uh, even some of the decentralized tech stuff has been frustrating lately because it just feels like anytime there's a critical mass of technology for people to start making a useful platform, people are just going to start jumping on that as a safe haven for people who are too odious to host elsewhere. And instead of an opportunity to build something nice, it's just like a place to run when you don't want to be told no ever. There's a commenter in chat lamenting that they're way behind on modern cloud infrastructure. I mean, I don't know that that extremely matters. Like, I feel like I've been intentionally avoiding a lot of modern cloud infrastructure just because I don't think it's a good idea. And like, yes, I understand why it's popular, but I can choose personally to be opposed to it ethically. Like, I mean, I used to work on virtual machines a lot, and that just turned into what we call the cloud now. And every step along that way, I was just getting crankier and crankier about it. Like, I saw it as initially this thing that was useful for, like, and I thought about this very naively at the time. I would approach it differently now, but I thought of it as like empowerment for individual developers. Like, oh, I can just like have any kind of computer on my desktop and, use it for whatever kind of development or testing. And it's just this like useful tool for people to use to accomplish something else that we didn't have to think about because it's a tool. Tools are generic. You're not supposed to think about what they're for. But not as many people were interested in that particular tool as they were in, taking the power that represented and just using it the same way they've always used power. The same commenter is lamenting that there's a shift to cloud that's been driving a lot of certification programs that are actually just advertisements. That's always been the way the certification racket's been, though. Like, none of that is new for cloud. There have always been companies that will try to sell you the privilege of having a extra shiny rubber stamp for your resume. And it's always been like useful in certain limited contexts, but it's also always been a racket. Yeah, that's a good point from Twitch chat that if you build a platform, you need some kind of plan to hand it to someone who likes to build communities and knows how. Yeah. No, I think that's super important, and I don't like. I think that's playing out in real time in a lot of the decentralized web. We're finding out who has that plan, who doesn't really have a plan but is trying to wing it, and who's like not even trying. I feel like I'm solidly in that middle category of I don't really know what I'm doing, but I feel like this is the way that I have to experiment and to try to do it right. But yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing. And then a lot of people are like explicitly not even trying, like to the point where they don't want to be responsible for preventing their platform's role in like hate speech or, planning violent attacks or whatever else people are doing on these. And They don't want that responsibility. Like, it's not that they don't think that they can do something better. It's that they want a good excuse for not doing anything at all, and that's pretty frustrating to me. Yeah. I agree with that. That we're seeing that with Mastodon, that the author is trying to moderate, but he's like fundamentally a techie and not a community builder. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's. I was trying to be kind of diplomatic with it, but that's certainly what's going on with Mastodon. Is like basically every platform is being built and initially deployed by someone who has no idea how to run communities. Like, I can't think of any exceptions right now, really. Like, it's all varying degrees of badness, but like none of them are really good right now. But I mean, I feel like on all these platforms, I've seen individual instances that I've had good feels about. It's just often like the people behind the software projects and like doing the majority of the technical work or whatever are often like the least interested in building good communities. The alternative would be platforms built by people who don't know how to build a platform. See, I don't know that that's relevant because I feel like a lot of the folks who are building the platform and are only interested in the tech side of it are also not very good at the tech side, and they're doing fine. Like, I don't know that that skill is actually worth anything at the moment. Like, it requires less domain knowledge than ever to build a useful online thing, while also, like, we've been at this baseline level of acceptable incompetence in open source for so long that I feel like just like the background of people who are really motivated to solve a particular problem but aren't already experts in the domain, like those people are overtaking the people who just focused on the technical domain. Aiden's wondering what is a good platform. I mean, there are no good platforms. There are just a bunch of platforms that are trying to be less bad. I guess so. This particular commenter is also pretty young, so they probably don't remember some of the like generations of platforms that have come and gone. Like, I mean, this is not the internet's first rodeo by any means. Like, platforms all make mistakes, and they all require time and work to build themselves and to. I mean, inevitably you have fragmentation in what your users want, what your users believe, what your users have time for. And like the process of building a community is like resolving a whole bunch of these real interpersonal issues in some way. A lot of the times that way is not actually ultimately very good. You just end up kind of choosing something that works for the people who are already in power. So like platforms have never been good. Platforms have always been a struggle. It's just that now we're in this position where people are mostly not even able to participate in that struggle, or at least they think they can't. Like, if all your friends are on Facebook and you have no motivation to start up your own thing, then you're basically bound to the rules of Facebook. And then, like, you don't have the opportunity to really participate in building your own platform. You just have to exist within this arbitrary set of rules that are ultimately designed only for advertising dollars. So yeah, I mean, platforms in general are not unalloyed good by any means. They're just a thing that exists. They're a tool to be used. They're like any other tool. They can be misused and they can be used for things that are great. And it's just you need some intentionality. And I feel like right now people are seeing the platforms as just this sort of oxygen that we're all breathing that no one really should be in control over. When really, like, I mean, if you all breathe in too close quarters, like that's not so great when the air is full of viruses, right? Like, if there's a reason that you might want to like partition this space at all, whether it's to kind of keep like interests together, or whether it's to contain hate speech, or whether it's just to make your platform specifically useful for one thing, like it's nice to have some levers to control that. And yeah, it seems like there's been this really frustrating, like, kind of techno-libertarian or even, fascist-leaning force nowadays that would rather have the entire idea of a platform be reduced to, like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm just going to stand up on the table and yell. And, like, that's kind of how we got here in part. Do I think cloud computing is bad? Basically, I mean, there's a side of it which is useful. Like, you can increase the efficiency of systems by pooling resources in a lot of cases. But pooling resources, that's something that our society encourages anyway. Like, we already have all this pressure to consolidate things even into even larger things. So we don't need more pressure to do that. And so cloud has become this giant excuse for people to grab power over everything they can. By hosting the service themselves or via, some other agreement and providing a service instead of just providing a tangible thing. Like, they can retain all this control that they don't actually need, but now there's a good excuse for it in the marketplace. So yeah, I think cloud is fundamentally a bad idea. I think a lot of what it's done to the way we think about computers is just a huge shame. And it's especially frustrating that now, like, computers are cheaper and lower power than ever. Like, it should be ubiquitous for us all to have something that we are actually in control over as our main communication medium. Like, there's no technical reason not to do that. It's all social reasons. And so all of us who are trying to make technical solutions to this, it just feels like there's a limited amount we can accomplish. People on the Orange site complaining that Mastodon lets other people block them. Yeah, I mean, if you want to force people to read whatever you're writing, you kind of need one of those, like, eyeball pincer machines, right? Oh, sorry. Tuco wandered over here, and now I need to get the... Oh yeah, there's a question about Tuco's breathing. Yeah, no, he was investigating the outdoor smells. He was just super interested in that. Where to, cat? Zip tie? No? Maybe later. You want to go out that way? No? You just want to look? Arnie says the computers are not the value add for cloud computing, though. It's the 99% uptime, etc., and the cost savings related to having someone else do your reliability engineering. Well, I mean, that's an interesting point. I mean, I feel like that's part of this bigger discussion of, like, do you want to do you want to actually be doing the thing with the computer, or do you want to be, like, ordering someone else to do the thing with the computer? Like, how many levels of managerial indirection do you want? Hey, Tuco. Oh, don't eat that. Do you just want to go out? You can go out there if you want. Do you not care? Oh, Took. Yeah. Gosh. Oh, actually going out that way. All right. Well, maybe we can have a more code-related stream for a sec while 2 goes away. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly this big shift that's happened in just computers in general, where it's just much more about services than products, and I don't know if that's inherently bad. Like, the more people use a certain kind of technology, the more jobs are going to be created, like solving problems with that particular kind of technology. It's like that in itself doesn't seem bad. Like, we've had internet service providers for so long before we had cloud. Like, that's kind of what I feel more like we need to get back to, is the notion of an internet service provider being a company that provides services related to the internet. And like, I feel like nowadays there's so much like vertical integration where you're not getting an internet service that interoperates with other internet services, but you're getting like an experience that you're just supposed to like suck it up and deal with, and you can't connect it with anything else. Hey, Tuco. Gosh, I never know what he wants. That's not true. A lot of the time I do, but like, he likes so much attention so much of the time. Hey. What do you want? Hey. Hmm? Hmm. I feel like I don't really know what to do with this whole like video thing that I'm doing. Like, I've been vaguely in that mood for a long time, but like it just feels especially acute that like I think people expect some amount of enthusiasm for technology, and I've just had basically the opposite. And I'm happy to have an technology show. I just also don't really know like if that's worth doing, or if that's what people are supporting me for, or if that's what I should be doing. I, 'Cause, 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 Okay, where is that actually? I want to dig deeper in this weird tar file that I've got. Tuco has this very loud habit when he uses the litter box sometimes. He seems to like to clean up his paws and his claws at that time, and so the thing that I found that seems to satisfy him the most is if I leave a bunch of cardboard next to the litter box and he can just like shred up the cardboard, but it's also very loud. Sparky says a fair amount of realism about technology is healthy instead of a constant hype. I think that's true. I mean, I just also don't know where like realism about technology leads someone. Like, how do you get from being real about technology to wanting to build technology? Like, I feel like the more real you are about technology, the more you just don't even want to deal with it at all. Okay, this is actually getting further. I think I'm avoiding the shell issue by setting the entry point manually, and then it's making it past the tar issue with that hack that I put in. And so now this is actually the readelf output not matching what was in the test case. And this output is so long, I don't want to put the whole thing in the test case, so I was deciding whether I wanted to take the first couple lines or compute a hash or whatever. Ah, oh, 2 goes back here, and he wants the door open again. Is that what you wanted, Tuke? I think Tuco mostly wants to stay near the door. He just had to use the bathroom. The cat desktop background is not too bad, actually. Could do worse. Like, a lot of things have depressed me about technology, especially recently. But I was thinking some more about just how it feels like one of those fundamental frustrations that's related to like video and technology and electronics and all that I haven't gotten over. Is just how this community of people making videos about electronics on YouTube seem absolutely incapable of even slightly distancing themselves from fascists. I don't understand how everyone making electronics videos on YouTube has been this completely spineless so far, but it's really depressing. Like, and I've been wanting to figure out how to actually do a video that even touches on that. It's just every time I try to assemble a script for something or try to come up with a plan for that, it just doesn't go anywhere. Like, I don't know where the combination is of something that feels true and real and something that people would be interested in. Like, can I be real enough about technology and electronics and this shitty community without like just immediately alienating every possible viewer? And it's not even that, but like, I mean, if I make a video that's just a political rant or whatever, I still wouldn't even know where to start. And then I think what I really want to do is try to actually drive home the point that all of this, like, quote-unquote apolitical technology that these people think they've been making videos about has never been apolitical, and this thing that they're doing is actually just ignoring problems when they show up. And it's never been, like, hard to find the problems with the tech culture. Like, it's always been sort of about control and empire building. It's always been exclusive to people who aren't rich white guys, basically. So I mean, I feel like anybody who doesn't see the obvious is maybe intentionally trying to ignore it or trying to cover it up. There was a great talk at CCC about this a while back. See, that's part of the problem though. Like I don't even know. Like I wouldn't want to go to CCC. Like even being at CCC feels like I'm in too deep in that world. I'm not going to give any of you pity for being rich white guys if that's what you're looking for, by the way. You can log off if that's what you're looking for. Like I feel like at this point if you're sitting at the top of this heap of power and you just want more power, then like I don't want anything to do with that. Man, so I've never been to CCC. It's like a hacker conference in Berlin. Um, my understanding is that it's less bad than DEF CON, but I still don't really want to go. Like, my experience with those kinds of events is mostly that there are a bunch of extremely frustrating people who think that they're edgy in a helpful way when actually they're just being dicks all the time. Uh, you're not really making this look appealing at all. But let's just get that tar test case. Gosh, it's harder to arrange these windows around the cat than it is to do the code. This is a very good place for Tuco. It's just hard to get him on camera sometimes. Yeah, so part of what's so depressing is I don't know how to sufficiently drill into all the 20-something computer nerd skulls that everything is political and that you can't just be like, I just want to put politics aside and do some computer stuff. Like, when you think you're doing that, you're actually just like perpetuating the status quo by refraining to engage or refusing to engage. So it's, and like, I would love to have a better conversation with this. I just don't know who to focus on, and like the average audience of an electronics video on YouTube is not something somebody I have a huge amount of patience for right now. Gosh, if the Chaos Computer Club was the result of somebody's let's make tech better and less apolitical, then let's try not to repeat that mistake in the future, shall we? Let's learn from our failures and try to do better next time we make an event. Got breaking news in here. Why is it relevant that Trump got banned at this point in time? Is that what you'd like to talk about? Why am I compiling this again? Did I not? I don't think I have a release build of this particular one. If the argument is that Trump finally getting banned after 4 years of fucking over everyone he can, then like I don't know how you missed the way that everyone who isn't Trump has been treated on Twitter. Like, they'll just ban you for completely arbitrary stuff, and that's just how this operates, because they can do whatever they want. They're just a private company operating a service. But as soon as someone who isn't used to ever hearing no has to deal with the consequences of their own actions, then all of a sudden it's a news story. Technically, I'm trolling at this point, yeah. I mean, good you realize it late rather than never, I guess. Yeah, I don't want to pick on anybody too much, but I feel a little frustrated with the level of like name dropping that there often is in tech. Like, I feel like that's often part of the problem, where instead of describing, I mean, I've got the opposite problem. I have a huge amount of trouble remembering names and faces, so I'll often be like struggling to remember the context when I actually want a name. So maybe some people have that problem. But like, I feel like often when I'm in tech, I'll just get overwhelmed by like references to people that I'm just assumed to know because they're like ambient in the water that is tech, or At some point I blamed this on San Francisco, but I think the problem is significantly bigger than that. And people just like expect you to be like, oh yeah, it's this article that this person wrote or whatever. And like, I think it's just like a lingering like bit of that like kind of like academic smugness where like, oh, everything's got to be like a reference, everything's got to be like cited back to the original text or something. But I think people in tech often do that to just as like this conversational tick that I think makes them feel good, but ends up like excluding people who aren't already in that circle. Oh, good. I have a typo, which was just causing that to... Let's remove all those ones. How did that get there? There, that's the error I wanted. So now we're getting an eno-exec because we're trying to run this shell script. I'm going to ignore that error and try to figure out what's actually going on with these weird links. So first of all, what tar file even is this? Oh, let's do the thing where maybe I just clear the cache and have a fresh cache. So it's easy to find the specific thing I'm looking for. Oh, a couple of questions. What's my cat's name? His name is Tuco. I'll try to stop covering him up, sorry. And then, are the live streams on PeerTube working? They seem to be working. They have a somewhat higher lag than the other platforms right now, but they do seem to be working. Let's just double check that. And I don't have like a permalink to them, because I don't think that's a thing in PeerTube yet. But it shows up here on the local videos. I think if you saved a link to this channel, it would show up here pretty reliably. But like every time I stream, this link is going to be different the way it's currently implemented. The stream starts from the beginning. That should not be possible. Ignore this timer. This timer is not actually correct, but it'll have a small lag, but the server is storing the... It's got like multiple stream formats, and it's got like an HLS stream that we're viewing right here, but then it also copies that HLS stream into some temporary MPEG TS files that then get remuxed again. So the live stream, the temporary format, and the ultimate VOD stream are all in separate formats, so it's not really conceivable to me at the moment that it would start from the beginning. But I do expect there's a bit of lag. Bandsox is this sandbox project that I've been hacking on in Rust. Why am I hacking on a weird project? To provide content. It's because the thing that I'm doing right now, as what passes for a day job in this year of the pandemic, is programming and live streaming and having a Patreon. And so I'm trying to make that work without going completely crazy. It just often leads me to wonder what I'm even doing here. But I'm trying to have a project that I stream and do or something. James says they also get the stream from the beginning with the cat looking out the window. That isn't from the beginning. That's just on a lag of a couple minutes. Like, it's... I understand that it's not very live, but it's also not the beginning of the stream. It's a different bug. Yeah, that's just because PeerTube's video pipeline is not very well designed. It has several unnecessary steps, so this is what it does right now. Is it really 20 minutes behind? It shouldn't be storing 20 minutes of video in that folder. So right now the stream is in 3 places. It's on Diode Zone, Twitch, and YouTube. So let's compare those. So here's the Diode Zone stream. I don't have a clock on my stream currently, so it's a little hard to see exactly where this is. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely several minutes behind, but it's not the beginning of the stream. I don't know exactly what this point represents. It's like some arbitrary number of HLS segments, I'm sure. So then YouTube also doesn't have great URLs, so I usually just search for scanlime-in-progress. That's pretty real time. I think this is a known problem. Like, I mean, I am not surprised at all that the delay is astronomical based on the architecture that they're using. I think the PeerTube developers know that this is an issue. Like most problems with PeerTube, it seems like a fairly deep architectural issue that I don't feel motivated to fix by myself because I feel more motivated to make my own video server that is compatible with PeerTube. I kind of want to SSH into the server and check this out, but I'm not going to do that on stream because that would reveal stream keys probably. Is it really 30 entire minutes behind? How does it even have the storage for that? Let's just debug this slightly through the public interfaces maybe. So this is all that's currently available on the stream. I mean, we have 2 resolutions. We should have a master M3U with both of them. Yeah, so that's both resolutions. 0 was the 720p. Let's look at the 1080. There's the 1080. They're both pretty small. Like, if I started playing one of these right now... So where is it buffering all of this? Is it buffering in RAM or something? Because it's not an HLS. Between this HLS stream and the input RTSP, there's this weird server written in JavaScript, and maybe that's buffering everything in RAM. I hope it's not in RAM. How does it even have the storage for that? Is not a sentence I'd associate with diode zone. Oh, and it's got plenty of disk. I just don't know where it's storing this, because this is not something I expected to involve a trip to a temp file. And another report that there's a 30-minute lag. Let me switch to the cat cam for a second, see if I can get the server graphs on this computer. At least I think I have a spot I can put this camera. Oh, as soon as I actually try to move it, Tuco moves. Oh, you want to go out there again? I just have this closed for some privacy within the house, but Tuco's allowed in there. Oh, I guess we can keep that over there for when Tuco comes back. Let me just take a sec without the computer on there. Make sure I can log into the graphs. Thought I knew that password, but maybe I don't. Oh, maybe I'll just do this on my laptop, and I won't be able to show you, but I'll at least be able to tell you about what I see, and maybe share some of it. There is a PeerTube process with 7 gigs resident. I don't know if that's unusual. So yeah, there are FFmpeg going directly from PeerTube's RTMP server to those HLSs. Those FFmpegs, I don't think they would be behind. So the CPU is a bit overloaded right now, so something is probably getting behind in transcoding. But I don't know if it'll have any opportunity to catch up at this point. So, like, one thing I am noticing is that all the FFmpegs going on right now are all at the same priority, and it would be great if the live streams had a higher priority than the background transcodes. So I might just manually do that. I guess I could figure out which process actually has the RTMP server. So the RTMP server is part of PeerTube. I think it's just a collection of threads. I don't know who I would expect the socket to be owned by, but maybe I can find out. The previous live.diode.zone server used the Nginx RTMP plugin, and I missed that already. I really don't know why PeerTube is using an RTMP server written in Node instead of using the existing Nginx to do that. $14,270. Yeah, I think that 30 minutes of video is all in RAM in Node.js, which is just charming. This machine has 42 gigs of RAM total, and 8 gigs of that is the video buffer, probably. Yay. Thanks, PeerTube. Are they limited to the number of cores? No, the FFmpeg transcodes are all auto, but it's just that the CPU, the whole CPU is overloaded right now because there are a bunch of transcodes going on. I don't know if that's the only problem, though. Like, if you were noticing skipping also, that might be the issue, but it also might just be that someone's clock is out of sync and it's buffering. What would happen with more than... So the issue is already that there are multiple streams going on. Like, this isn't the only live stream on the server, and there are also background transcodes going on. More stationary pet. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm into reptiles. So I don't need the peanut gallery telling me how to make my FFmpeg use less CPU or whatever. I know how to FFmpeg. I also know how to put more CPUs in this computer. It just hasn't been an issue so far because I've been trying to optimize for power usage, and so I took CPUs out specifically for that. Like, what else we got? The isopods are still going. There are some other test streams folks were running earlier today. I think it's mostly the background transcodes, the isopod stream and this stream right now. Why are people telling me to add more RAM now? That isn't even the problem. Your jokes don't even make sense. You're just bad at this. Like, I don't want to be a huge jerk, but I'm also kind of tired of like pretending that bad computer jokes are funny because that's what people expect. So I might just not do that if it's okay with people. The end of that window was so far away. Okay, we should only have that one tar file in here right now. This is what the cache looks like after running, or trying to run just like a very simple thing. So we've got a few binary blobs. These should all be tar files and JSON files at this point. Then we have manifest, which is always JSON. And we've got one part, which is going to be the binary inside the tar that we tried to run. Some memory in chat from when they were 10 and tried unironically downloading some more RAM for the Minecraft server. Didn't understand that servers were like physical computers. Yeah, that I definitely had some misunderstandings like that when I was young. I remember it reminds me of looking at the like electrical power plugs that we have here, and a lot of them, the ground is just a single metal tube that's like folded in on the edge, so there's like a little hole in the end of the ground. And I thought for the longest time that the electricity was like a substance that flowed through that hole. You know, when I was too young to take apart the outlet and see for myself. Cache override says hello. Hello. Cache override sounds like a tool that you would use to debug your concurrency code. All right, let's look at those blobs. So mostly tars, a little bit of JSON, I suspect, in that second one. Yeah. Now, one of those is going to have a bunch of these file names. That one. Oh yeah, I'm happy to explain what I'm doing. I know it's been a while since I threw some context out there. So this is a sort of experimental sandbox container runtime thing that I've been writing in Rust. The goal is that you can run simple compute workloads, like media codecs mostly, from inside of your existing Rust network server type apps. And it's intended to be lightweight and minimal dependency so that you can use it in existing projects without it really affecting your deployment environment much, or at all, really. So it doesn't require any extra privileges, it doesn't need root, it doesn't need any kernel features that are disabled inside Docker. Oh man, CGI bin. Yeah, that's bringing back memories too. Like, my first exposure to programming for the internet was really like writing CGI scripts in Perl and Shell. I remember getting a book about that. Just eagerly following along with the book examples on some ancient Linux machine that I set up. So yeah, I don't know where to start talking about this project anymore. It's gotten a bit complicated. Like actually, I haven't just showed the scale of this so far. Like there's actually a lot of code here. So if you look at all the files, actually let's exclude the test cases even. Let's just look for all the Rust files in the main library and the sandbox library. Yeah, so excluding all the test cases, just the actual sandbox is like 11, almost 12,000 lines here. And let's look at what's actually big. That's the main file for the Docker registry client. That's the main file for the virtual file system. This is the main file for manipulating remote files. That's the L floater. Most of the files are pretty little, though. Arnie is asking if CGI is still used by PHP. People try not to use CGI anymore because it's both slow and hard to secure. Traditional CGI, for anyone who doesn't know, it's like a pretty old school way of writing programs that the web server calls in order to implement specific web pages. So this is actually why a lot of URLs originally had like file extensions that corresponded with executable files. So you'd see URLs like, http example.com/cgi bin/ oh, what was the one eBay had for a long time? It was like wsapi.dll ? Whatever. Ampersand page equals, you'd see junk like that in the URL all the time. And I mean, you still see that some nowadays. I think people have been rightly ridiculing these kinds of URLs for a long time. But for a long time, this was just like the default thing that you got if you put some executable programs on your web server and didn't really go above and beyond to make the URLs look nice. Because usually you'd have a specific directory that all your programs would be in, and you'd have the web server set up with permissions on that directory such that certain files in it would be executed as programs instead of just delivered as text. So usually CGI bin was like a way to have that permission set somewhat locally, and CGI bin was just the traditional name for it. And then the stuff inside here, these were actually literally just executable files on the server in that directory. And so this would be calling something. And so like DLL files, I think there was a way to load those directly into the Microsoft web server. It was pretty common to see .php. And in this case, the PHP file was just a script that you were running on the server. But you could write these in any programming language. Like you could have C programs, you could have shell scripts. I had a server for a long time that just had a shell script in CGI bin that would give me information about the server. Yeah, eBay forums. Yeah, a lot of software at that time, like basically any website that wasn't just serving static HTML in like definitely the 90s and like into the early 2000s probably would have had a weird URL like this because it was kind of a holdover from CGI. So then people started replacing this both for performance and for security reasons. For security, as you can imagine, it's like a little tricky to get the process of allowing a remote entity to invoke a program on your computer. It's a little tricky to get that right. So there would often be ways that environment variables could leak information, or you could trick the web server into calling a program that it wasn't normally supposed to call, or something like that. So for security, it's kind of annoying to have this process where the name of the program comes out of the URL. And then, if you want to make the URLs look nice, you'd usually have to do a separate process of rewriting the URL before it gets to this point. But then the main reason people moved away from CGI is performance, because it just gets to be slow to start a separate copy of your web app for every web request. Especially if it's a very simple script, Like if it's like a PHP script without any libraries, if it's a shell script, if it's like a statically linked C program that doesn't really have to load any data into RAM at startup, then it doesn't cost that much to just start the program for every web request. But as soon as you start wanting like a backend database connection or caches in memory or libraries or code that you have to JIT, like anything that makes your program take additional time to start up is now taking place at every web request, which is very bad for performance. So then you started seeing extensions to CGI like fast CGI that would let you have one process running, and then you'd be able to send that one process multiple requests using some kind of protocol. People still use variants of that nowadays. Like I think there's one for Python that people still use, but it's also a lot more common now to bundle the HTTP server into the application and use that instead of having to have a separate protocol. The 90s. I remember the 90s. It's refreshing that some people do. I was really young in the 90s, but I started doing the computering pretty young, so a lot of my memories from early computing are from the 90s, especially the late 90s. I was in high school when The Matrix came out, if that dates me sufficiently. What was WSGI? I think WSGI is kind of a fast CGI-like thing for Python. I don't know the details. I should look it up. I thought WSGI was actually an interface at the Python module layer, so like between like a Python web server bridge of some sort and the web app. But let's look it up because I don't want to be just guessing. Web server gateway interface for Python. PEP 333. Oh man, anybody else remember Zope? Does anybody still use Zope? And Twisted. I wrote so much code for Twisted back in the day. Yeah, I think my memory was right here that it's a Python language interface between the web server glue and the application. So this would be basically a layer that sits below something like CGI or fast CGI or like Apache Mod Python or whatever. Some good reminiscing in the chat about websites that still use CGI bin and Perl and have repeating backgrounds. Yeah, it seems like a couple of you might be around the same age as me at this point. I started with like basic programming, and I didn't get super deep into understanding how the computer worked for a while. I think my journey to really getting deeper into computers happened like after I started getting interested in electronics, and I started getting interested in like assembly language and hooking stuff up to the parallel port. Anyway, luckily we're not doing WSGI. We're doing something significantly lower level here. All right, and poking around inside of a tar file. So let's find one of the specific pieces of this that was breaking. I'm going to copy this blob for later, but I also want to reproduce that error. On one of these consoles, I actually had the full name of that image. Ah, cool. Okay, so those are the errors I'm trying to deal with. This error is coming from a workaround, but I think the actual issue is that the tar library I'm using is claiming that these are hard links that have no contents in them. Why do I look like... I don't know who that is. I don't actually know who anybody is, so if you have a particular reference you're trying to make, it'll mostly be lost on me. Why don't I use FAT, the file system? For what? You mean for my sandbox? It uses tar as its file system, basically, and that's entirely because that's what Docker images use. Oh gosh, this is reminding me actually of something that I should show you in the physical world. So I'll be right back. I'm going to bring a book, like a physical book. Okay, maybe we should just embrace the nostalgia here. This conversation reminded me of several books that were really instrumental to my upbringing, such as it was, which is not something I condone. It's just something that seems occasionally interesting to forensically examine. Like, how did this go so wrong? How did someone break this badly that they like computers this much? I'm gonna raise this camera a little bit. Oh man, this tripod is really hard to adjust. But it rolls. So I think part of why I'm so like, I have such a hard time with people nowadays, is that I was basically just left completely alone to learn all this technology stuff. So, and I didn't have the internet mostly, so like a lot of the early stuff I learned from books. And I still have a few of those. Yeah, I'm moving the terminals. I'm getting there. Hold on. Oh, that is a cat toy. So I brought kind of a random selection of these. There was a thing that I actually meant to bring, which is in here. Is this focused? Yeah, so this was interesting because this was basically, I think that the thing that this will still open to if I just open it is going to be the interrupt table. Maybe not. Maybe it's been too water damaged. Oh, what is this page? This serial port wiring diagram. This is, I had it open to this a lot, I think. But we might come back to this. This isn't really what I wanted to look at. Oh, what was that? Common PC viruses? Gosh. I mostly had this as a reference for BIOS programming. So I remember the thing that I got the most out of with this book was like lists of interrupt 10 stuff. But anyway, this was great. I might come back to this. This is all about 2.5D raycasting game engines. Still have a bunch of old sticky notes and stuff in here. Ah, see, that's like classic raycasting right there. And this was all like early Windows / DOS, so a lot of these examples ran on both DOS and Windows. Oh yeah. This, as far as like comparing this to the technology of popular games, this is like a little more advanced than Wolfenstein 3D and not quite as advanced as Doom. Everything is still based on a map. So effectively the raycasting loop for this looked a lot like integer line drawing, where you'd be plotting a line from your current viewpoint across at some angle and checking every time it might intersect a wall to see if you have to draw a wall there, and then repeating that for all the visible columns of the screen. Whereas something like Doom, instead of using a grid, would be using polygons for that. Yeah, I think the level editor was all Windows code, so there's a bunch of like Win32 stuff and Win16. Is this 16-bit or 32-bit? I forget whether this is 16-bit or 32-bit. I think it's 32-bit. I don't think, yeah, this is 32-bit code. But this is definitely from that era where I'd have to check. I also remember this being pretty fun. This was not quite as old, but I remember like this kind of opening a lot of kind of opening my mind up to the possibilities of data compression and thinking about, you know, Huffman tables and making some simple stuff of my own along those lines. This one's also pretty well worn. This was basically like, how do you build robots out of the currently available junk? I think I showed this on stream a little bit before. I still find that interesting, probably. And then these two are both about assembly language, basically. This is kind of where I learned about like bootloaders and system bring up and stuff from. This is literally just a book that goes through building an operating system from scratch, and so it's basically somebody's project that they turned into a book deal. The book has a lot of source code and tables in it, so it's not the most interesting read, but it was kind of the introduction that I needed at the time. I didn't especially need a paperweight made of printed operating system code, but it served its purpose. I remember this being pretty good, though. This one, gosh, I spent so much time with this book. This is literally what got me interested in low-level programming. The Revolutionary Guide to Assembly Language. I don't know if anyone else had this book. Add the power of assembler to your C, Pascal, Basic, and Clipper. I forget what that even was. And this was all 16-bit, if I remember right. So yeah, I think part of why I bought this book is that I didn't really know anything about 32-bit x86 because I was stuck in DOS, and this book is all about DOS programming. Yeah. Oh, 2 goes back. Well, let's find the table of contents. Oops. I'm kind of curious to see in hindsight, like, what do I think about the "Who is this book for" chapter? Like, so assemblers. It's just like a lot of nuts and bolts. I would just read stuff like this cover to cover because I was a bored kid without internet access. Oh yeah, move instruction. Do they talk about how ridiculously complicated move is? Let's go to lucky page 69 to find out about move. Oops. This book is also very Russian, which I didn't appreciate at the time. Yeah, someone else in chat's already noticing that. Now, this is great. I mean, I imagine this is probably written by cranky hackers that I wouldn't get along with these days, but it was something I appreciated at the time. Look at all these 16-bit registers, man. We're not using like ECX or RCX. We just have CX and CL and CH if you're lucky. Oh, look at that, CL. See, these were so useful. You could just fit an entire thing in 8 bits. Oh, see, look, this is an entire DOS program. See, it returns to DOS. It has a stack. This is the original .com. Like some of you might know that .com is also an extension for some types of executable files, like from DOS. But what that actually meant, if you aren't familiar, is that this was literally just a flat binary that got loaded into a single segment of memory and run. So it's an extremely simple executable format, has no features, it's just a flat binary. But that means that they're very simple to write. You could just basically type assembly code on the keyboard, or type machine code on the keyboard, and save that in a COM file and then run it. So I remember doing some very simple stuff like that at the computer lab at school. Like I'd figure out the decimal codes for instructions and then do like copy CON to some file.com on the DOS command line and make a little COM file and run it. Aw, it's the stack. Yeah, what is who is this book for? Is this book for you? Is this for me? Is this for anyone in the year 2021? Designed for people who are already programming in high-level languages. Also suitable for novices learning assembly as their first language. See, I feel like people are scared about that nowadays, and maybe a lot of folks just would be impatient starting at such a low level. But I remember feeling um, really grateful for a while at least that I got interested in low-level computing before computers got quite as complicated as they are now. The most suitable commands. There's so many different kinds of DOS they support. Yeah, oh man, memory models. Yeah, a lot of DOS programming was dealing with the fact that you can't easily represent, or you can't easily access more than 64K of memory at a time because of the segment registers. Or I mean, because of the limited size of the pointer, the segment registers are what allow you to access more than 64K in general, but not at like all at the same time. Man, it was so much fun generating TSR, writing TSRs, like terminate and stay resident programs. The whole point of that is that you could mess with the operating system's interrupt handlers, but keep your code in memory. So you could write programs that sort of ran in the background. Anyway, I might keep these around and poke through them on stream sometimes because they could be fun. I feel like it's a little off topic though. If you go through a computer engineering curriculum, you'll definitely get exposure to this. Don't get me started on computer engineering. I was doing this stuff like way before actually taking any classes on it, and I found the classes to be really underwhelming. It was pretty frustrating. All right, that's a good point. Assembly probably is easier for people who are expecting computing to be to require a lot of patience and have a lot of patience to give it. Because it's hard to get sort of fast results when you're just waiting through very similar but slightly different crashes for a while until you get it to do what you actually want. Let's put this back on cat mode slightly. Oh, made the camera so tall. Nice. Some memories of writing BBS intros that had to fit in 400 bytes. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I like writing small code sometimes. Do I have a hex editor I like these days? It's been a while since I looked for a hex editor that I actually really like. I don't know if I have one for Linux right now. So we're going to see a bunch of yumdb stuff, but I think not all of the files in yumdb were like this. So we probably want to look for some of these specific ones, like, what is that? SE tools, release ver, maybe. There's a recommendation for a hex editor, maybe Hexel. Let's look at that. I don't like it when programs reuse names that are already in use. You know, not that anything is ever completely original, but I mean, some people clearly aren't trying. So far, these are all features I don't care about. Maybe I'll just get used to using Emacs as a hex editor. Have I tried Googling Rust? Yeah, I mean, don't expect that would be useful. Yeah, no, I will happily include Rust in my list of complaints there. Oh, naked people holding rocks. Is that from the video game Rust? Gosh, I find it hard to concentrate on like a 1080p screen right now. I've gotten too used to the larger screens for coding. I don't know if it's coding in general or just this project. I mean, I could try streaming at a higher resolution, but I don't know if that would actually be useful. I feel like most clients would not appreciate streams like that are too much higher resolution, and so you'd end up having to make the text bigger so that it was still viewable at 1080. So I don't know. I feel like streaming at a higher resolution is not really the answer, but I don't know. Like, I mean, in general, that's kind of the problem with programming streams, though, is like I often, when I'm programming, just want to take in a bunch of information and just kind of like wade through the sea of information, whereas streaming is more about giving people like a little peephole of stuff to pay attention to for a period of time, because that's the video medium. That's just like a general problem I keep running into with programming streams. Yeah, I do find myself Googling for Rustlang a lot more than just Rust or Google. I mean, I usually use DuckDuckGo, but here you are saying Googling and corrupting my speech patterns. 2 parallel streams, one for each half of the screen. Yeah, totally. They'll stay in sync for sure. This stream should follow a 1080p rectangle around the mouse. I could probably set something like that up. The way I've been doing these streams, I don't usually write code on the same computer that I'm doing the streams on, because the computer running OBS tends to be pretty overloaded, and I don't want to run anything else that's also using a bunch of CPU on the same thing if I can avoid it. Oh gosh, I/O performance on this is really slow. Let's put this on a local disk. Do I have any local disks? There's a comment that a friend has integrated OBS in their window manager. Yeah. I mean, I could imagine doing something like that if I was consistently doing computer streams, but I've kind of got this setup optimized for streaming the real world more than I stream computers. I know I've been doing a bunch of software streams lately, but I don't necessarily want to just hyper optimize everything for computer streaming. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of good solutions here for getting more than 1080p's worth of content onto a 1080p device. Like, you can always make the content smaller, but I don't know that that actually helps. It's taking so long to search. It's only a gigabyte. Maybe I will try opening this in Emacs. I should actually find some docs for that. Yeah, Hexel mode. I've used this before, it's just been so long. I'm not saying the resolution right now is bad. I mean, certainly let me know if it's too small, but I'm saying if I was switching my screen to 4K, then I don't think I'd want to just fill it with a giant amount of text. Gosh, do I want to even Hexel mode, or should I just keep this in keep this in fundamental? Multiple camera streams where you can stay in sync when you switch cameras. I haven't looked into how they're doing that. I thought I heard a little bit about that feature, but I haven't looked closely at it. I assume they're just using multiple video streams in the same container, or using multiple like HLS streams or dash streams that have the same time code. But I don't know if like OBS has support for that, or if that's like how standard that is at all. Can I search for text here? Ooh, yeah, okay. All right, Emacs, search that gigabyte. Oh, Tuco is so peaceful and mostly out of frame. That's annoying. That's getting closer. That's some good ear fluff. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, fine. Let's actually just search for that. Can I use a different delimiter here? How do I paste into the mini buffer? I remember I used to use ghex. Is that still any good? At least it opens quickly for being such a big file. It's a good sign. I was figuring there'd be something better, but maybe this is fine. Is this also not something I can paste into? Why do people make custom UIs that don't work? Meh. Weird that only root can search for packages. I don't think that's actually true. I probably just did that by habit. Okay, is this actually it? I think this is the one. That kind of disrupts my theory. I thought this was something the tar reader was doing in the vicinity of like omitting some data to save space, but I think this is maybe in a newer format. Like, I think this is a GNU extension, this key value stuff. So that's the beginning of the block. I'm probably gonna have to take, I think the next stop is probably the source code for this tar library. The Emacs search finally finished and got the same place. I mean, roughly the same place. It's not exactly where I want it to be. I thought that we were dealing with 512 byte. Yeah, so these are 512 byte aligned 512 byte records. So are these first 100 bytes really the file name? Tar is one of these old formats where there have just been so many extensions to it over time that like the first step in figuring something out is even just like what generation of this are we dealing with? And let's also look at the tar code in this project. File system tar. So I'm using this tar library, but I'm also using it in a somewhat weird way because I'm not actually extracting the tar file. I just need to read its metadata. So this memory maps the whole tar file. Then we're using a cursor to keep track of our iteration through it. We're wrapping it in this tar archive to iterate through the entries. And the actual problem is showing up down here. When I'm in extract file metadata, I'm switching on the kind of entry, and the actual error is this one. So it's something that this tar library thinks is a hard link, but there's no link name in the header. And that link name is entry.linkNameBytes, and kind is entry header entry type. Momentarily wondering if there should be an entry.entry type instead of an entry header entry type. Sorry, I'm covering up the cat. That's a good cat. That is a relaxing cat right there. It's weird that in the current Rust documentation you have to kind of click through a bunch to find the item type on the iterator. So there's no kind on here, there's header. So I think that was intentional in my code at least. I think I should just do some additional debugging here to find out what it thinks this header actually is. Oh, the Emacs was so tiny. Um, Good cat. This jacket was like getting partially color keyed into the background. And the water is definitely transparent. Cats are very relaxing, except sometimes they aren't, but even then, I mean, I can only be so unrelaxed by a screaming cat. Okay, what did those errors turn into? So it thinks we have a U-star style header. That's the full name. Okay, what are U-star headers supposed to look like? Was this supposed to only be the file, the archive header? Does my cat scream for food? Yeah, he's fairly loud a lot of the time. He often yells at me for food, often just for attention. It's like sometimes hard to figure out exactly what he wants. Oh, is this a separate block from the original block? Oh, this is the original block. Okay, there's so much padding in tar files. So this is one block boundary. And the previous block boundary is 201. 200. What am I thinking? Yeah. So that does actually have the file name in the first 100 bytes. And then it's truncated. And what is that PAX extension? This information is still boiling. That's an interesting image. It's nice that notes like that end up in the documentation still years and years into the future. Not even in the source code, but this is the documentation. What is 100? I always wanted an additional terminal. $64. Okay, the file is in fact truncated here. Weird. Are those the modes encoded in octal? I didn't realize that's how these were encoded. I thought that was going to be an integer. I didn't realize it was an octal character string. That's great. I'm glad that at least goes to the substance tar. Thanks, Wikipedia, for staying honest. Right? It's like numeric user ID. I think I assume that's a binary number, not a string. Right, this at least says octal. Okay, and the name of linked file, which is the field I was having trouble getting. That's at 157. Cool. So that is the beginning of the data that comes after the original tar header. So that does appear to be another copy of the file name, but also truncated. So that gets us to, yeah. Is that right? So that's the type flag, which is 1. Is that right? This is a hard link. This is actually a hard link, for real, in this header at least. And then we have another copy of the name, which is truncated in the same place. Why is it even like that? Man, legacy formats are so interesting. They're just full of, like, extra limbs. Like, I wonder if they did it this way because there was some other extension format in use at the time that they wanted to be unambiguously distinct from. So that was like a way to verify that the format is usable, at least into the next step. So you get, why are there 3 nulls there? So I think that one null was, yeah, the one null is part of the truncated string. So that null is the last byte in the truncated file name. Then we have 2 more nulls before u star actually starts. I don't know where that extra null is coming from, but this seems to be at the right offset. And then we have some unused fields for the name of the owners. I don't think that would ever be used on a Unix system because they would just store the IDs. I don't know what's going on there, but I don't think I care. And more octal numbers. These are the device numbers. .345 is where the file name prefix is. I don't think that's right. Well, let's read about what PAX is supposed to be doing, because I think that's the format we're in. Oh, tar files. Yeah, we're getting to the extension. So like there are several different headers here, and I'm working through the headers one by one to understand them. But yes, there are more headers coming. Like you can see 2 blocks here. There's so this block here is a regular tar header. Then there's the U star that we were just looking at. See, this is actually different. This PAX head thing was not in the link that we were just looking at. I don't think the username in group is usually used. Like, I don't know if it's stored, but it's not usually used when you extract the file. Like, I think it might be there sometimes for informational purposes, but the number is canonical. Yeah, this is the key value pair thing. It's not default. Oh, the pack setters thing was a separate directory. wonder if I can extract this with packs specifically disabled to get a better sense of what that looks like for this archive. I should probably have test cases for all these, huh? Maybe I have to use a simpler tar program if I want to disable pack support. BusyBox has tar. Don't see anything weird. This might support packs. Close enough. Be good to have a test suite that includes some local images so that I can try specific tar files. Let's see how this implements packs. Oof. At long link, huh? That all seems very annoying. Okay, well, how much of this does the Rust library support already? If this library has no support for packs at all, then I might try to avoid it, but looks like it's trying. That's interesting. Am I already on that code path or not? Oh yeah, it looks like they're trying to handle that inside the iterator already. That's cool. It's quite possible that this requires almost nothing to change, that I just need to like get the link name some other way. Can I read fields? None of this is debug, huh? I would expect that it would stow stuff like the path in fields, but maybe this library just expects me to check the packs extension specifically. Mm-hmm. Oh. That's basically what I want, but this is for path. So it looks like they're already special casing this for path, but not for the link target. I probably just need to do something similar to this when I resolve the link target. Why don't I use a less alternative with syntax highlighting? I don't know, why not? Why would I don't think it matters. I could have opened it in the text editor that I have right here that's already got like Rust syntax highlighting and whatever, but I just wanted to look at the text. Anyway, I don't know if people want to see me try to do problem solving on this or just talk about the stuff I've already done. I feel like there's still just like a bunch of stuff that I've gotten working since the last stream that I haven't even like talked about at all, but like I don't know if this should be a show and tell or a debug thing, or if I should just be quiet, or if we should just look at the cat. Cat. I feel kind of like the main thing that feels like an accomplishment since the last stream is just the whole state of the elf loader is so much better. So It's all in sand. Bin format. Yeah, it's an elf loader. It's syntax highlighted, so I don't need to talk about it. We can just bask in the syntax highlightedness of it. Yeah, I don't know, like the main thing I was doing was all this refactoring such that we can have like multiple elf objects that we talk about and like segments that we load and like this. It's load segments. I don't know. I don't know how to be enthusiastic about computer stuff anymore. It all feels like a bad idea. I don't know, before all the insurrection happened this week, I was imagining doing a stream where I basically like whiteboard up how this works, like drawing boxes with Inkscape on a tablet or something. So little motivation for coding when there's cat. Debugging is more fun when you can reproduce the problem in a small test case that runs quickly. Yeah. I don't feel like that's the problem we're running into here, though. Like, I mean, yeah, those files were annoyingly large to search through, but I really don't feel like this is reaching the point where the technology is annoying. I just feel like when I'm working on the technology by myself, it feels like I can suspend disbelief a little bit. And it's not that I'm working on technology, it's that I'm just solving puzzles and making things and like playing with Legos and whatever. But as soon as I actually have to talk to people about the technology, it becomes painfully obvious that I've been spending my time building technology, which is not something I usually like. Tuco's pretty good though. Oh, gotcha. That's the problem you're having debugging. Oh, I wish you luck on reducing your problem then, because yeah, it does suck when you can only reproduce a bug in something ridiculously complicated. Yeah, I feel like the problem I have a lot of the time with this software stuff is like when I'm explaining it to myself in my own head, just working things out, it still often feels interesting and exciting. And then the moment I take those ideas out of my head and try to explain them to somebody else, I just get so immediately demotivated. It's like, how could anyone possibly care about this? Why am I talking about this still? Why would I expect you to listen? And that's often where I am with technology. Annie's wondering if it's the societal issues behind technology that makes me not want to build it, or if I've just gotten bored of it. Definitely the former. Like, I'm not bored of technology, which is why I've been able to write, like, what is this, like 12,000 lines of code that I may or may not actually need to implement a sandbox in Rust. Like, I'm not bored of technology. I feel deeply dissatisfied with humanity when I have to explain what I'm doing, because it feels like it's just like a useless endeavor for the most part, and like the best you can do is try to reduce the amount of harm that you do in most cases, and it's not really motivating. It's like most of the reasons that people get excited about technology are basically lies that we're like not equipped to talk each other out of. And then, like, on top of that, well, it is a way that people can make money and survive and pay their rent and whatever, so a lot of us do it for that reason. But then it's, like, depressing if that's the only reason, so we've got to make up these reasons to get interested in it. And like, I've got so much experience in finding the minutia of technology interesting while ignoring the bigger picture. Like, I know how to do that, I just don't like that I know how to do it. Sorry. Yeah, Tuco has some great sleeping positions sometimes. Gosh, this has been almost, 4 hours of programming stream, and I've done very little programming. Sorry. It seems like the PeerTube thing kind of works, though. It's just a little laggy, and I may be storing huge amounts of video in RAM. The bigger picture is that technology has drastically improved people's lives overall. Are you sure, though? Like, there are certain ways in which technology... I mean, I feel like this is where I also start to take issue with just treating everything technology as the same, because there is a lot of nuance there. But like, yeah, I mean, I would actually push back on this idea that technology has been obviously and definitely good, because I think that's sort of necessary for a lot of people to continue on with what they do, but I don't see a lot of evidence that it's true. And like, I deeply understand the additional like access to people and the outside world that technology has provided, and I've like, that's been my lifeline for basically my entire life. So like, yes, it's been useful for a lot of people, but like, there are a lot of aspects of what we call technology that are really just like window dressing on the centralization of power. And like, when I'm negative about technology, a lot of the time that's not like negativity about all technology in the abstract or what technology could theoretically do for us. It's negativity about the fact that when you take any piece of technology and just start running in that direction with the people that are doing it, you find yourself, or at least when I've done this, found myself going in a completely unsuitable direction. So it's not that maybe there's no theoretical way for technology to be good or for it to be more useful than harmful, but it's like, when I actually pull on any of these threads, I don't see evidence that they concretely go anywhere good. So like, if you think you found a good way to use technology, cool, I'd like to hear some more about it, but like, I'm not convinced that that's like the default state of things. Do I doubt that people's lives are on average actually better, or do I doubt the causation of technology? I mean, both, really. I think there are a lot of aspects of life that are better. There are a lot of aspects of life that are worse. And I think that people will often credit whatever they can to technology while trying to ignore the externalities. Like, that's the whole way that power works, is it like, power has the power to make itself look good, and that's what technology is doing. Computer good, software bad. I don't really agree with that either, but that's an interesting take. I think it's nice that I can text my friends and stuff. I mean, communication is great. We've had all sorts of ways of communicating that have gotten incrementally better, but this thing where everyone owns all of our communication and people perceive that that's what it is now, that's not like a fluke. That's where this was always headed, right? Like, I don't think you can separate the way that technology has evolved from the result that we've ended up with. Like, we've had people using technology for centralization of power to make themselves look good, and for people who are already in power to improve their immediate surroundings. And none of those have led in good directions. You know? Like, I feel like if people are going to be positive about technology, I need a good reason to believe that, because I don't really have any right now. Like, there are individual things that you can point to and say, oh, this helped someone survive or this improved someone's life, but the broader context that that's in has always been very doubtful to me. Okay, so one point here is that the number of people in extreme poverty has drastically decreased. Why would you connect that to technology at all? See, this is actually a great example of the exact thing I was just talking about. So these 2 points are that people's the amount of extreme poverty has decreased over this period of time. That's one point. And then the other point is that abuses of power have been around forever, so whatever. And that's exactly what I'm talking about, where because this supports the status quo and it makes people who are already in power feel good, people are doing this rhetorical work of both ascribing all of these positive qualities that don't belong to technology, and also taking all these negative things like the centralization of power and just saying, oh, that's inherently human or whatever. And this is part of the problem, where when people say technology, they're not talking about any particular thing. They're talking about the way that people use power. Like, it's like technology is a process that people go through. It isn't like a computer or a pencil or a paintbrush or whatever. It's like, and like, this isn't new. This is just accelerating faster and faster. And so, like, I'm not saying that technology as a whole is something that shouldn't exist. Like, we shouldn't go back to not knowing how to make fire and not having writing. But like, the process of writing things down has always resulted in an acceleration of power imbalance, and the process of, connecting the world together through giant companies has accelerated the power imbalances that already existed. And this doesn't mean that technology is neutral. It means that technology is a force for making all the things that were already happening happen even worse and even faster. So why would you want to put your life toward making that happen? Like, why do we need to push the boulder down the hill? Like, that's what so much of this feels like with the way that the internet and computers have gone. It feels like we're all getting really excited about how fast we can push this boulder, not realizing that we're pushing it downhill. Like, we're not helping. We're just expending energy that was already in this system, and we're having fun doing it. But we're just going to run out of hill. It's not going to end well. We're just increasing the amount of disparity in the world at this point. So, like, there are aspects of it where you can say that, oh, if this technology had been deployed differently, if the people in charge of it were different, if, the way the patterns of access to it were different, then, like, oh, it would be great for humanity. But that's ignoring the way things actually are. James is pushing on this point that people's lives have improved a lot on average. Like, I'm skeptical of that, but I'm not going to disagree. I don't really see how it's extremely relevant, but like, I'm also skeptical of how that's being measured and like how far back and forward we're talking about, because there have been so many people have been on this planet for so much longer than people have been writing papers about how people have been doing, right? Like the scientific and cultural literacy that we have at the moment is this tiny, tiny snapshot of humanity. Like, how many indigenous cultures were doing way better than anything we've ever seen here before, the current state of the world with its, I don't know, kind of unrestricted colonialism happened. Have I watched Steven Pinker? No. Why would I do that? Who are the people that are negatively impacted by Google and Amazon? Are you asking that seriously or not? Like, I mean, depending on what you're talking about, like, I mean, there are plenty of actual workers at Amazon that are being mistreated. Like, I feel like that's like near the top of the list. But then, like, we've all suffered from the amount of centralization on the internet. Like, I would certainly not mind going back to a time when stuff was harder to find on the internet, but there wasn't just one company in charge of locating everything. I've got a bunch of haters in chat now. Is my argument that technology only accelerates what's bad, so we just shouldn't work on it? I I mean, I'm not going to tell you what not to work on, but I feel like I have not seen evidence that doing computing or software actually helps anyone. Like this, and like people who do this, who do technology stuff as a hobby or as a day job will often come up with these little examples like, oh, we should just do one thing really well, right? And then they come up with a startup for like, oh, here's my fancy way to like heat your house, or my fancy way to like distribute bottled water or whatever. And people think they're helping by solving a problem or whatever, but all they're doing is making another instance of the thing that we already have, which is only as good as the parts it's built out of. Like, a business that does something is only as good as our ability to make businesses that don't extract from their environment. Like, I don't see how the startup mentality can solve any of these problems. I feel like that's just a fancy way of wasting people's money and giving people false hope. Is there evidence of any other similarly general activity actually helping someone? See, that's an interesting point. Like, I mean, what I was trying to say earlier is that I don't think thinking about technology or whatever as a category is usually very helpful. But I mean, if we try to narrow this down to like programming computers, like, has anyone ever been helped by programming computers? And like, in some sense, that's a ridiculous question to ask, because like, that's just like a furthering of a tool. It's like a transformation you're making, turning one tool into a different tool. And so like, you're not actually accomplishing anything. You're just taking a step towards something else that you may or may not accomplish. But I'm not saying that there are no good tools in the world. I'm saying that this culture, which seems incapable of focusing on anything other than the tool itself, is worse than useless. James wonders if I actually doubt that life is better now than it was 10,000 years ago. I have no idea what life was like 10,000 years ago, right? I mean, maybe people suffered a lot more. Maybe people had a better like connection with their surroundings. Like I don't know what human happiness was like at that point. All I know was like how long. I mean, we have bits of evidence about like how long people survived, like how much time people spent like on subsistence. We can say things like that, but like what I will push back on is this notion that some like measurable amount of efficiency is like any kind of useful metric of how humans are doing. Yeah, so like I understand we have data on like life expectancy and sicknesses and stuff, and like I I don't see how you're reducing the entirety of a society to like did people live longer or not. And see, now you just want me to give you a different metric for how people are doing. What I'm saying is that the whole impulse to gather all of humanity into your mind and rate them at how well they're doing, and then say, "Oh, I have the power to do this shitty thing because on average, I think humans are better." That is the impulse behind technology and some kinds of colonialism and just this culture that we're in where people think that amassing control is actually a useful thing for humans because they can just rationalize that, oh, if they amass the control then it'll be used for something good. But that's what's happening. It's people are building piles of tools thinking that tools are good and then just not really thinking about what the tools are for. Yeah, like, I mean, that's an interesting point from Robin that life is better now than it was 10,000 years ago based on modern metrics, but we can't really tell how people then would feel about modern life. It's like maybe the people who are stuck in the matrix or whatever are having a great time, but maybe we'd be horrified to imagine ourselves in that position. This comment is, if you're going to draw a conclusion about whether something's good or bad, which I'm doing, it's necessary to have a basis for determining what it means for something to be good or bad. Yes, and measure that basis against reality. Okay, so I'm saying that inherently centralization of power is a thing that I think is just in general bad. We could go into why I think that, we could try to measure it, but that is a conclusion that I've come to after spending all this time trying to live in this world of people making things with technology. And it's not something that's inherent to technology, it's just a thing that people who build technology seem as a whole incapable of preventing. So if this field hasn't really figured out how to prevent itself from taking over the world, and it's basing its entire continued existence on these sort of nebulous ideas of possible good, why would I want to be involved in that? Right? Like, I feel like I shouldn't have to define what good or bad mean absolutely in order to decide what is actually worth doing in life. Because, like, I feel like part of the problem here is that people are way too into defining absolutely what is good in a way that lets them just continue doing whatever the hell they want. Yeah, I like where Robin's going. Like, instead of like asking, well, why? How would I define good? How would I define bad? If you think technology is worth doing, what inspires you to do that? Share that inspiration with the class here. If you think technology is not just a worthless pit of despair, then maybe pass that around a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I feel like any argument here that relies on measuring the total happiness in the world is just going to be like a scapegoat for people doing anything they want, basically. I don't know. I don't know if that's something that's possible to use well. There's a comment from earlier that I missed, but I totally agree with that. The problem with technology, a lot of the problems that seem like they're problems with technology are actually problems with capitalism. And yes, I totally agree with that. I mean, I keep saying that technology is not a useful concept, yet we have a group of people that kind of rally around that as a thing to do. So my problems are more that I find technologists to be generally bad and technology to not really exist. And I'm trying to figure out what to do with both of those things. Ah, I don't buy that. Zgrep says the one reason technology is worth doing is because it gives you a way to solve your own problems. It lets you scratch an itch and such, and then sometimes it might help some other people who have the same itch or whatever, and then that feels nice. That is a very common rationalization. I used to feel that way a lot. I currently feel like that's mostly bullshit. Like, it's that same thing of, like, it doesn't achieve anything new. It's using power to feel powerful. Like, it's a tautology. I don't see how it's actually helpful. Hmm. Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, Robin says the biggest thing that makes them dislike more modern technology, ignoring concerns about its effects on other people, is that it doesn't actually give people many choices. Yeah, that goes to another concern that I've had, which is that so much of what we're calling technology is shifting from being a tool to being a packaged experience. And I mean, there hasn't been a rigid boundary between those, right? Like, even when you're using a tool, people have come to expect that to be a bit of a packaged experience. Um, I don't know. That's actually a big pet peeve of mine that I have with the way people talk about technology is that people who are used to being able to feel powerful by writing code or building hardware or whatever will think of technology as this thing that is like fundamentally empowering or whatever. But it's all layered. Like the thing that you're using to feel powerful is someone else's packaged experience. And those packaged experiences are all, um, there's like different ways for them to be. Like if you package up an experience for like a friend of yours as a gift or something, there's like some kind of understanding there, you'd hope. But the thing that we're doing is just like commodifying those packaged experiences and selling them and trying to extract as much value from them as possible. And so everything has those layers in it. Cache override suggests copyleft. I wish I still believed open source had any solutions to this problem. I don't currently find open source to be an especially useful concept, but like I'm glad that it exists, but it seems also to be basically only helpful for companies and people who want to work for big companies. There's a comment about how forbidding the use of, like, creating software that's only allowed to be used in other like kind of open or free contexts um, would make it harder to be employable. And that's interesting. I mean, I don't think that's really the case. I think a lot of people, when they're hiring, they kind of expect to see people with an open source portfolio, and it's not just because they want to like steal your code. It's because they want like a preview of what you're going to write for them later. Um, But at the same time, I'm certainly in favor of breaking that idea that people have to be subservient to companies to be employable. I think that's like the opposite of unionizing, right? It's like, how many corporate boots can we lick to get the tastiest job? And I think I'd rather convince all the software people I can to either quit the industry entirely or to unionize their workplace. To go. Now people don't understand capitalism and free trade. Okay, gosh. Capitalism is when you allow people to accumulate capital. If you just make it illegal to be a billionaire, that'd be a good step, right? That's not the whole problem, but it's at least like the right direction we should be going in. Like the problem with that is there are just so many ways for people to hide assets right now. Even if you tried to apply an extremely high tax to the most wealthy people, they'd find a way to dodge it. So we'd need a larger systemic change for that to be viable. I'm gonna have to find like what do the kids do these days? Do they have like emotes or something? Do I have to find like a little icon I can paste in the chat every time someone tries to optimize for efficiency in the human race? Because that's not a good place to go. When you try to optimize humans for efficiency, you get a lot of evils out of that. Which isn't to say that inefficiency is what we should all strive for, but it's not something that we should really run directly away from. Oh, am I about to get talking to about how having a wealth tax is dangerous? Am I going to have to get out the banhammer? Or are we going to have a good conversation about this? Oh, there's some rule, right, that like anything that can be measured will be exploited as a measurement, something like that. That's what comes to mind when people talk about optimizing for efficiency. Like as soon as you start optimizing for something that doesn't itself really matter, then you kind of lose track of what matters. Tuco. Do you want me to open that again? Yeah, we're having a little argument in chat about whether it's possible to have both free trade and a system other than capitalism. I think that's pretty resounding yes. I mean, if you had a non-capitalist society, people could still like give each other stuff. People could still like trade goods. There's a thing that our society is doing where it focuses on like never-ending growth at the expense of everything else, and the engine behind that is the way that we measure things and the way that we allow wealth to accumulate. Tax the rich at least 10%. I mean, yeah, I don't know what tax rate you have to like would get the most money out of them before they just start completely dodging. My feeling is that if you tax folks at all, they're just going to dodge completely, so you have to find a more systemic change. I'm not saying that wealth taxes are bad. I mean definitely do them. I'm just saying that they're necessary but insufficient. What one needs to do is dissipate power, not concentrate it. I mean, the problem... I extremely disagree with that. Concentration of power is bad, but dissipating seems like it would imply that everyone is sort of equally like powerless. And I think that's also the wrong way to think about it. I think the way to think about this that actually leads to a better future is thinking about building community power. So having ways of building power on a smaller scale so that you individually feel empowered to make changes to your environment on your own and with your neighbors, and to not have this structure that requires centralization in order to accomplish anything. Tuco wandered off. Yes, I can close this door. I was gonna see if the stream is still going. James, I'm not saying my community should have power over your community. I'm saying that we should have localized structures for accomplishing things. And there's a bunch of ways that can go badly and a bunch of ways it can go okay. Like, I'm very aware of some of the ways that can go extremely badly. I'm not saying it's a panacea. I'm just saying that it seems like a necessary component. You back, Tuco? Like, it's very similar to my ideas about decentralization and the federated internet. Like, I certainly don't think there's anything inherently better about a decentralized internet other than there are more chances to make something that's okay. Like, when you have a single Twitter and a single YouTube, then you have a single way of moderating videos, and you have a single way that things get messed up. Whereas if you have smaller communities, a bunch of them are going to be bad. A bunch of the communities are going to be even worse than what you had on YouTube. But the hope is that the usual state of things is that people feel locally empowered rather than either globally empowered or completely powerless. Oh yeah, that is a better joke when I am not thinking about the taxing literally. Oh man. This has been a good day for getting into fights on the stream though. What else should we fight about? Do you want to fight about who in here likes Elon Musk? Anybody here like Bitcoin? just increase their electric bill so they can buy more drugs or whatever it is people do with that stuff. Oh man. Yeah, even mentioning Bitcoin and Elon Musk is bringing up memories of people that I used to be friends with who are now totally into that stuff, and just it gives me the shivers. I've often made very bad decisions about who to be friends with, though, so. Oh, good. We have a fan of Bitcoin as a way to take control of currency away from the government and give it to, I don't know, a bunch of losers with GPUs who showed up early. That's cool. I'm sure that'll go better. I have not seen any evidence that any cryptocurrencies aren't pyramid schemes. Like, basically everyone's plan seems to be make a new thing, get in on the ground floor, hype it up, and then dump it. I don't even know how many of them make it to dump it or how many of them even care about that, but the like everybody seems to be trying to get on the ground floor of something, and like maybe it's not even Bitcoin. Maybe that's like the whole venture capital mentality that blew up the Silicon Valley bubble every time. But like there's all these like kind of crypto fascist folks who just want to create a way to um, just to not have to be responsible. It's like I'm not into decentralizing the internet so that everyone can be equally irresponsible. I'm into creating the ability for people to occasionally be responsible despite a system that doesn't encourage it. Good cat. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Are the pants leopard spot or snake? I think they're leopard spots. I didn't actually buy them though, so I don't know what they were sold as, but they were a recent gift and they're quite warm. James, I'm not saying that we like the possibility for someone out there to maliciously use the concept of responsibility is not a reason for us all to not try to be responsible. Like some things suck, but we can try to not suck. I mean, I could try to apply that to technology, right? I feel like that's where I've been for a while. It's just I get burned out on that and it just feels like it all sucks. Where did Tuco go? Oh, there he is. Oh, maybe I'll have to switch to the other camera. I really should find that other little SDI camera in the garage so I have a camera to switch to that isn't laggy and often broken. I don't know if it's easier to move the camera or to move the windows. ZGrep is trying to get clarification on whether I feel that technology is bad or feels bad due to the culture and mentality that surrounds it. If I'm understanding right. I mean, that's been like my that's basically it. I mean, but I'm also very skeptical that this ever goes anywhere good. I feel like if I look at the things that technology has been used for in like any field that's even remotely connected with what I've ever done, it's all either stuff that is definitely bad or stuff that has this like little sliver of hope that it might be good, but that's all basically wishful thinking. It's like, oh, we're doing this thing which is definitely wasting resources and polluting the earth and wasting a bunch of people's time and making a bunch of people unhappy, but maybe someone likes it, right? Like that's been like the best case, and then I feel like the worst cases are more like we're doing this thing that is explicitly evil and yet we have this way of rationalizing it to ourselves that's become like effectively a cult, and that's like more like on the Facebook side of things. Yeah, I don't know if the diode zone stream is getting farther behind or what. I should check on that. I don't know if it's like I'm going to have to compare its archive against the one I'm recording locally, because I don't know if I'm going to be using the PeerTube built-in archiving support. You know, like I don't know if I'm going to trust that to archive the stream correctly yet or not, but it'd be nice if I could. Okay, come on, now you're just being an asshole. You're saying that I don't have the qualifications to call something definitely bad because I don't know what good or bad is in some, like, you know, mathematical way. I am sure that Facebook was a bad idea at every stage of its implementation. I don't need a dictionary definition of morality to understand that Facebook has always been a bad idea. So, like, yes, I think a lot of people made some, like, extremely stiff backbends to, like, talk themselves into working at Facebook as long as they did. I don't think it was ever a good idea, and I don't think it's ever significantly changed. It's always been like a creepy power grab by people who think that they're worthy of some kind of like high position in everyone's world just because they know how to program a computer and they had some money from their parents or whatever. Okay, so you're trying to get me to prove that technology is bad. I'm trying to get you to prove that there are worthwhile things that can come from just pursuing technology. Like, this is the core thing, is that you're giving technology the benefit of the doubt, and I'm tired of that. I'm no longer willing to assume that something is going to work out okay despite all this evidence that it usually doesn't. So you're perhaps wondering if I would feel better working on something that's like explicitly trying to make systemic change than by working on tech. I mean, why not both? But like that's basically what I've been trying to do. Like the whole place that I've been at in my personal life for several years now has been trying to navigate this thing where, like, fundamentally, I don't think any of this sort of technology stuff is a good idea or that matters. And I'm trying to figure out what I can do that actually is both within my skill set and worth doing. And that overlap has not seemed especially large. Gosh, I feel like I need to get kind of meta with this James guy that's arguing with me on chat, because like this way that it's going. So I've been kind of saying my piece here on the stream, and then they've been kind of trying to rules lawyer me into having a discussion about semantics and definitions and whatever. And I feel like the whole meta context about what's going on is that I like when I enter one of these spaces where people are expected to like technology, there's always this assumption that if you are going against that current, that you've got to be just meticulous about defining everything in this way that 100% of people are going to agree on, and it's always super specific. But if you want to be a booster for it, if you just want to get people excited about STEM or whatever, you just have to kind of throw around some bullshit and then people will eat it right up. So like, that feels so core to this problem. People want to give this whole tech industry the benefit of the doubt. They want to give the idea that you can just keep turning the crank on the computering and the world will get better. They want to give that idea the benefit of the doubt, even though there's just so much going on right now that hasn't been helped by the technology we've been building. And there isn't, like, the evidence has always been flimsy. This has always been something that will definitely make the VCs richer, and then they will kind of try to find some lines they can sell people that'll get them to actually build it in the short term. If social media feels like a chore, then I'm sorry. You should probably definitely like delete some followers or something. Yeah, I've several times tried to simplify my social media experience to make it less overwhelming. I've taken breaks from Twitter and I've blocked tons of people, and I feel like now I kind of have this mixture of Twitter and Mastodon that feels somewhat connecting with people without being completely overwhelming, but social media is still not great. And it's nice having at least multiple kinds of it so that I can experience different kinds of badness. If you think that you can make this problem better by applying scientific rigor to lies that people tell about technology, then more power to you. But that to me doesn't seem like a useful endeavor. Like, I feel like it's more useful for people to start smelling the bullshit and running away from it rather than like standing in the middle of the pile of shit and just like arguing about what flavor it is. God. Mm. Okay, if you want to apply scientific rigor to the whole realm of ethics, then like, what are you going to do? You're going to build a bigger trolley problem or something? I think the problem is not that we don't know when something is unethical. The problem is that we have no way to apply pressure toward people to cut it out, you know? Like I can think of specific examples from like many of the communities I've been in, but like most of the people who are causing the problems that we're talking about, they don't like they're not going to respond to having someone take a magnifying glass to their behavior and pointing out little bits of it because they've already got an extensive system for justifying the entire structure of what they're doing. Like this is not something that's going to be solved by nitpicking scientifically. This is something that's going to be solved by removing the people who are in power and redistributing the power. Yeah, and that's also a really good point that ethics is not really part of science. It's in the realm of philosophy. Like you cannot scientifically measure the ethical outcome of something. That requires some frame of reference for what it is that we're trying to do on this planet as humans. And like that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about it being harmful to focus too much on efficiency. Like if you have what you think is a metric that's worth putting everything into, then like that creates blind spots toward potentially significantly more important issues. That's also a good point from Colin that there's often like multiple truths in ethics and things that you can't just reduce objectively. But this is the thing. Like James is like, we need to like think about this process scientifically and figure out like how to, I don't know, like decide who to remove from power or whatever. And I'm saying we know who that is. Let's start with, I don't know, Jeff Bezos. Why are we still arguing about this unless you just don't want to do it? Like, no, seriously, why are we arguing this about this unless you just don't want to do it? Like, that's the question I usually have for people in that position. Like if you want to improve things and we already know some of the places where, we could just make some changes, like are we in disagreement that we should have, we shouldn't have billionaires, for example? And like, well, what should we do with the billionaires? I don't really care as long as it results in them not being billionaires anymore. I think there's this thread underneath some of this argument that like if you just completely remove the power structures and make everyone an island, make everyone like completely independent, we'd all be great. No one would have to tell us what to do, whatever. That's also based on a pretty significant lie that a lot of our culture is based on, where we believe in individualism and things that we can just all do by ourselves, pull ourselves up from the bootstraps and whatever. And there's maybe like a kernel of truth in some of that. Like you can work harder and things might be better, but like to a large extent, so much of that is a lie. Like so much of what we rely on to get where we're going is just random or based on the situation we've been dropped into. And like so much of I don't know, so much of what's going on here just feels like the argument itself is also part of how the status quo is maintained. It's like it's hard to believe that this is in good faith given how reliably it comes up. And like, what do we actually want to do with this? Do we want to deconstruct everything into an infinite number of trolley problems, or do we want to just do the obvious things to make things better? Like, we can't just assume that atomizing society into tiny pieces is actually going to help anyone, like, even if that results in an optimum distribution of power. Like, we need to be able to have people interacting with each other instead of with large, unaccountable systems. Like, we need to fundamentally have a way for us all to have more interaction and care for our local community and our neighbors. And it's hard to do right now. It's especially hard to do when you're kind of a hermit like I am. It's just like, I'm not saying I'm any good at it. I'm just saying that this clearly seems like the way we need to go, and I don't see how technology gets us there. Like, you start trying to solve that problem with technology and you end up with stuff like Nextdoor and Facebook, which are bad for reasons that don't have directly anything to do with the technology, but they have to do with the fact that technology was applied to a system where it doesn't really belong. Why should people care more about their neighbors than people far away? I mean, you don't necessarily have to, but I mean, I feel like we all have a limited capacity for giving a shit about anybody. And so you can't care about everyone in a practical sense. Like, you can say you do, but then it's not really meaningful because you don't really have any energy to accomplish anything. So we all have a limited amount that we can do for each other. But if that's completely atomized, then we can't help anyone. If it's focused on people who are in our own like demographic background or whatever, then that's just perpetuating the same inequalities that we've already got. If it's like locally focused, then it builds ties with the people who are physically sharing resources and space with you. So I do think that there are some really good reasons why like a local focus is actually more useful than an sort of evenly spread global focus. Geographic locality has the same problem as demographic locally. It does not. It has a similar problem. It has met much overlap, but it is not the same problem. Like, it is very easy right now for people to just completely ignore folks that they are physically near in order to focus on their buddies. Like, that is how a lot of like inequities in cities I've lived in seem to manifest. And like, that's, I mean, like, it's hard to say where the root of that is. It's probably a feedback loop that has a lot of things contributing to it, but it doesn't feel like something that we need to accelerate. It feels like something to work against. If there's great certainty about what to do in the world, then why not hard code the social memory necessary for producing the change and leave it there for centuries? I don't know what you're talking about, but even if I did, I don't think I know how we would implement that, right? Like, even in cases where we're pretty sure that there's a specific thing that we want to pass down, like what was that project about annotating the nuclear waste dumps or whatever, the like nothing of value is buried here plaque, like that project, like even when that's what you want to do, it's hard to communicate that message. And like, would you ever want to do that? I feel like the whole point I've been trying to make here is that like we can't be building these systems that are based on some top-down notion of what we should be doing, but we should be based on systems that have some kind of locality and some kind of decentralization. And like, that doesn't just go for the servers and how the servers connect, but it should go for like the processes here, right? It is a good point about externalities. Like, if we only considered our local environment, then that would be certainly a problem, because we wouldn't be able to consider, like, let's say we're shipping all of our trash elsewhere, like where's, or like, I mean, I feel like that's been happening with recycling. People just assume recycling is this sort of infallible system, but really, like, it mostly doesn't work the way people expect it does. Ugh, don't do that. James says that they regularly give to a charity that has been assessed at having a high efficiency. See, that's like this like bullshit liberal thing where people want to like get the most out of their dollars and whatever, so they give it to an organization, and that organization gives it to other organizations. And just give people money. Just take your wallet, open it, and hand someone money. Like, it's not hard to give away money. And like, that does so much more good than filtering it through a bunch of organizational structures. If some guy on the corner can like buy a beer or part of a hotel room or something, then like, you're doing a lot of good. Like, it isn't something that you need to hyper optimize if you can just do more of it. I mean, I feel that a lot. There's a good comment that it's like difficult to actually put that into practice, like caring about people in the physical world, because the physical world is a difficult place for a lot of us, and I feel that a lot. Like, I mean, certainly like there are transition related reasons and mental health reasons and background reasons. Like, I have a really hard time interacting with people, and like, I can barely talk to people in real life most of the time. Um, and I struggle with that. That's like a lot of what I'm depressed about, is that I feel mostly incapable of doing the things that I've judged to be the most important. So like, I'm certainly not saying I'm any good at this. I'm saying that part of what I find frustrating is that there isn't much overlap between what seems worthwhile and what I feel capable of doing. And like, a lot of the stuff that I'm saying is important is stuff that I'm also really bad at, and that's like a source of a lot of this frustration. Like, I've had very like intermittent success at actually getting involved in activism stuff. Like I'll try it and then get super burned out and feel like I didn't really do anything, and then I'll like try something different, and I feel like I need to go through a few more cycles of that still, but like I don't know. I don't know what to try changing next. But no, that was a good comment. I mean, that's certainly really relatable, right? Like I don't want us to all be perfect. I just want to like talk about what's broken and maybe have some honest discussions about what directions we could go in. Now James is saying that doing like focusing on your local environment would mean that people physically remote from wealth would remain in destitution. That's why wealth just shouldn't exist, but that's a different problem. Like you're just using your two problems to justify each other. Ah, this is actually a really common and really bad way of thinking, James. This idea that like so James says just give someone money is really not a good way of doing charity because the people who most need the money are not physically close enough. So what you're doing is you're optimizing some specific notion of efficiency to the detriment of the people who are near you. And I mean, that's your own choice for your own values, but like I find it really abhorrent to say that like some random organization is more important than like actually just people that I interact with on a day-to-day basis or people that live, within a block of my house or whatever. Like if like and this goes back to how I don't think people have the capacity to care about everything. So you've got to care about something. And I feel like so much of this like so many of the people that I found myself surrounded by when I've been doing technology related things seem to have this idea that you have to optimize everything and you have to sort of figure out who's in the most need and go through a bunch of steps and organizations and whatever. And then they just don't give a shit about the people who are in need like on their street. Like that just feels ubiquitous. And antisocial and unhelpful and like a justification for so many of these other problems that people just want to keep making larger. So apparently it's sectarian to care about your neighbors. Well, I'll file that away in my pile of useless lies. I will also say that this idea that you should go out into the world, into the unknown to you world at large, and try to find the people who are in the most need, that smells a lot like what people would do when they would go out and try to find people in need and teach them to believe in the right religion and whatever, and then, end up accidentally or on purpose killing a bunch of them because it was better for them, right? Like it's this like it's this thing that you see white people do a lot around the world, right? Is they just assume that they know what the solution is, and they want to barge in and solve the problem, and then be congratulated for it, and then leave. When like a lot of the time, the first thing that people need is like to be left alone. Like first, you need to have the space to be your own person and to have some agency, and then you need resources. So like I still don't understand why there's so much faith in organizations to do that when you could be making that connection directly. Does anybody else want to argue? James is getting a bit tired. It's sectarian to prioritize the needs of some people over others because of their geographical proximity. So it's not just the geographical proximity, it's the shared location, the shared resources that you use. Like, the people who are my neighbors aren't just physically near me. They also like go to the same stores and they rely on the same water and electricity supply and they have the same representation in local government. Like, there are these things that you have in common with the people who are near you. Like, even if they're vastly different economic status or if they have vastly different jobs or whatever, like, and it's not just the sort of like shared resources and environment, it's also shared context. Like, if I'm trying to figure out what's best for people halfway around the world, I'm going to make a bunch of mistakes and I'm going to end up empowering some stuff that I didn't necessarily want to empower. Whereas if I'm actually in the community I'm trying to support, then I have a much better idea of what I'm doing. And like, yes, there's potential for like unsavory biases in that, but there's also the possibility that you might do something right. Whereas if you have no context, that's not going to happen. Ooh, the Eddie wants to argue about choice of beverage. I only have water here right now. I feel like I've been drinking too much coffee lately. But then I try not, and it's hard. James, what do you mean by sectarian? Like, what do you mean by like the implication you're putting into that? The data about charity efficiency are the context. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so you're trusting someone's white paper on like how good their organization did when you could just be giving money to the people near you that need it. Like, I don't understand how that makes any sense. Okay, James claims that sectarianism, by their definition, is treating the interests of a subgroup of humanity as more important than the interests of all of humanity. So that includes a value judgment that I didn't intend to make. Like, there's a difference between the needs in being important and what one person should be doing. Like, it is not your responsibility as one person to decide what to do for all of humanity. It's like you're part of a network, right? You're part of a network, you're connected to other nodes. Do you want to be connected to all the nodes? Do you want to be connected to some of the nodes? Like, what are you actually connected to? Like, what do you have visibility into? And like, it's not about how important the needs are, it's about what is your position and who are you connected to. And if you're connecting to a bunch of charitable organizations, that's who you're empowering, right? You're not empowering individual people. You're putting money into organizations, and maybe those organizations are doing a good job, but like, it's like often the case that directly giving money to people is way more efficient, if you want to use the word efficiency. So far, no one's been putting out any convincing arguments that technology doesn't suck, but that's what I expected from this crowd. I feel like most of you who are still there are probably like on the same page, and then the rest of you are just confused. James, that smells like some means testing bullshit, really. Like, this whole idea of only wanting to give money to people who you think need it has been the source of so much trauma and problems and just like inability to get the help that they actually need for people that I like care a lot about personally. And so like it's not cool, right? Hmm. Right. Direct help cuts out organizations that spend loads of money on offices and representation and whatever. Yeah, I'm. This whole argument with James that we're all having fun heckling here is it feels like this great example of someone who thinks that they're making a better argument because they're like careful to use the words data are in their argument. Like, okay, dude, we get that you're used to having people respect you for using academic sounding language, but like that doesn't actually stop your arguments from still being bullshit. So yeah, Robin adds that smells like is not really any more of a less reason, any more or less a reasoned argument than it would seem reasonable to suggest that. Right? It's like how much academic language can you couch this in so that it appeals to people of your background and status? Just calling an argument bullshit is not an argument. You're right. It's a description of an argument. This thing that we're engaged in is an argument. We're just doing it badly. I think the thing that I'm most interested in with the way that this is going is that it feels like I've had these conversations so many times with people with the same profile picture. Like the logic guy in the hat. And it's like you're trying to win at a game that I don't even think is worth playing. It's it's like you're trying to solve the trolley problem, and I think the whole point of the trolley problem is that it was always a bad problem to try to solve. Like we shouldn't be trying to solve the trolley problem. We should be, we shouldn't be like figuring out which way the lever is flipped. We should be, we should stop sending trolleys down the track that we know is covered with bodies. You think that a person's profile picture is relevant. I mean, you chose to put it on there, so maybe you think it's relevant. Yeah, no, sorry for everyone else. This person I've been arguing with lately is on the YouTube chat, and like I'm mostly done with actually programming today, I think. I've just been finding this somewhat entertaining. I mean, just to bring this back to something that isn't just an argument between me and one random Fedora guy, like the the large scale issue here where I am personally super demotivated about technology and I would like to figure out a way to change what I'm doing. Like, I don't know whether that means ending this project completely and going off to be a beet farmer or whether there's something I can do in this format that still feels worthwhile. I just feel like I keep coming on this moment where like, okay, I'm trying the last thing that I know how to do that might be interesting for people and useful for people in some way, and it doesn't seem to be working, and I don't know if I'm coming up on one of those moments or not anymore. But it feels like I could keep trying to do these technology streams and making technology videos and whatever, but I've been pretty I've been fairly sure that I don't have like the right format to do something that actually matters. Like I feel like if I wanted to do something that mattered at all to me with this, that I would need to structure the show differently. I'd need to be making different edited videos. I would need to be trying to find different audiences. Like something feels like it's really not working, and I'm trying to debug that. And so there's a larger issue, which is that I don't think there's a good way to relate to anybody who does technology, really. I feel like this whole field is a problem that people don't want to address, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have been trying not to completely give up on it, but I've been on that edge for a long time. A beat farmer, a person who makes beats. Yeah, maybe I should go into electronic music and be that kind of beat farmer. Oh, have we reached the point where James is talking up the Bill Gates Foundation or whatever? Right, like the thing about the yeah, that is what he's talking about. That's great. Yeah. So like of course people like to bring up the thing where like if you're really rich and you've done some shitty things and you want people to think that you're not so shitty, then you can just cure malaria and then it's like a get out of jail free card. It's pretty great, right? And then you have people in silly hats on YouTube arguing with you that if you don't want Bill Gates to be so rich, then you must love malaria. Like, should I be trying to get more silly hat guys in my chat so I can argue with them all, or should I be trying to ban all the silly hat guys? Let me know in the comments. Because I know there are some YouTube channels that are all about attracting as many silly hat guys as they can, and then just blowing their minds with the most awesome video or whatever. And I could try to go down that route. But it also just feels like we're trying to do very fundamentally different things. Like, if you want to just, like, stand back from all of humanity and optimize your little playing pieces on your board, that feels like a very different way of being a human than actually trying to be part of something with your people. This hostile approach is really quite inappropriate. Well, thank you, teacher. I'll be sure to submit it in writing next time. Oh yeah, now, that is a good point from Zgrep that some people feel similarly kind of like burnt out about practical uses for technology, but then they still like teaching it and being educators. Right. I've been flirting with that for a long time. Like that was like my main idea of what to be doing like 5 years ago. I still feel like it could go that direction. I've just been really burnt out by seeing what people do after I interact with them in a teaching context. Like, it's kind of the same problem I have with a lot of these areas of like technology and art and like whatever else I've tried. Like, you get deep enough into it and then you just see where people are going, and then it just feels like the direction people are heading in is no longer where you want to be going. My dude's monocle popped out. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no more silly hat people. I think we can deal with that. I think so like okay. I mean, and I think I agree with that. Like I don't think I could be the like bread tube silly hat guy inviter type personality where I just want to collect as many annoying people and have annoying arguments with them constantly. Like I've been like the thing I've been trying to do on Diode Zone is more like let's make a nice place that is separate from all of that and just see what we can do that isn't global scale and see what we can do that actually has more like person to person interaction. And of course this is all moderated by my super bad personal interaction skills like but I think it's worth trying. Okay, if you'd rather I not call you silly hat guy, I can call you techno libertarian. It's just longer. Silly hat guy is sillier and shorter. Yeah, that's also a good question. Like if I could find like more of a specific group that has goals that actually seem more meaningful or like people that I'd rather work with. I've felt bits of that with Rust like when I find like a programming community like Rust's, it sticks out as being much more humane than I'm used to, but I still don't know if that's actually like a sustainable feeling. It like there's so much like cryptocurrency and cloud computing stuff in Rust that I don't know if I'd be able to find folks who are like not just interested in that kind of stuff. So it's like a much bigger like a bigger set of problems than just like um, the way that people use like one piece of technology or the particular people that coalesce around one tool or something. It's like so much of the zeitgeist of technology now and like what people are using it for on average feels like it's not actually good at all and is like actively pointed in the wrong direction. Like all this cloud computing stuff is often just I mean we were talking about this at the very beginning of the stream. Like it's like there is an element of efficiency to be had if that's what you want to optimize for, but like most of what's going on with cloud computing is the centralization of control. Yes, that's a good point that Zigrat points out that it's hard to find something generally useful that is difficult or impossible to abuse at all. Yeah, I mean, that's part of why I feel like making tools is like I used to find it appealing to make tools because they were so widely applicable, and now I kind of hate making tools for a very similar reason. Like sometimes tools are good, but the purpose of a tool is to build power, and that's something that people just do recklessly so much. Like I want to build tools that people can have a healthy respect and fear for, not tools that people will just abuse. Ha! James says that's not a reason not to have anything worthwhile. Maybe not anything worthwhile, but it is a good reason to not have, say, like, I don't know, nuclear weapons. Like, we have so many things that are like nuclear weapons where the only reason to have it is for it to be abused, like global scale social networks. Yeah, it would be much better if technology people were more honest about the potential abuses for their stuff. I feel like that is super absent from most of computers and electronics nowadays. And so it also reminds me of the field of physics. Like, physics is so intimately connected to weaponry. Um, and I think at some point folks started realizing that a bit more. But even while I was in school, and definitely while my dad was in school, physics was thought of as much more like kind of like this platonic ideal science thing that is not inherently harmful. And I mean, there's a lens through which you can view physics as not inherently harmful, but what are you going to do with physics that isn't harmful? Like, there are some things there, but so much of what physics actually gets used for is figuring out how to pollute the environment faster and figuring out how to kill people faster. Yeah. Yeah, the cloud is just someone else's computer, and the stuff that's being built is built out of physical material derived from an abusive system to begin with. Yeah, I mean, so much of the raw material is like deeply exploitative in terms of the labor and the earth and the waste products. It's and then there's just so much obscurity between what we're consuming and how it's produced. Oh, Colin's wondering if they've thought about working on music tools. Maybe. That could be cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly unsatisfied with a lot of existing tools, and one thing I've been wanting to try more is to get into more like, I don't know, what is it, Super Collider? The like live coding music engine that folks have been using. I want to play with that some more. Maybe I can make something that works with that. Zgrep says that I should consider a career in abstract mathematics because the repercussions usually only happen after you're dead if they happen at all. Yeah, I mean, if I had been more socially conscious as I was growing up, I probably would have figured out how to get more into something that had no practical purposes like math, because, like, sometimes what I really want to do is to dig into a problem and ignore people for a long time, and that's what led me to working on computers a lot. It's just that a lot of that leads to having people concentrate power while also ignoring people, and that's how you get a lot of what we're in right now. Oh, Tuco. Tuco, you coming in here? Mm. Yeah, I don't know what to do in music with software. I don't know if I'd be more motivated to do like software-based music tools or hardware-based tools. I've often thought that it would be more interesting to do that kind of stuff in the hardware world just because I often find myself craving tangibility. Hmm. That's a good question. Zgrap's wondering if there are tools that have been made that don't immediately build power for a particular person. And they're also reminded of how knowledge about things is very related to power. Yeah, that's a good question. And then Robin suggests that Legos are pretty cool. I have feelings about Legos, man. Like, I do feel like Legos on their own are a pretty interesting and benign sort of way of, just like fidgeting with stuff and making things out of smaller things. I've been thinking a lot more over the past many years about how, like, I feel like the way, at least I personally have been brought up to think about software and hardware has probably been influenced a lot by Legos. Like, I grew up playing with Legos and playing with building toys, and it's a lot like making software or hardware, right? You just have these small things with a well-defined interface that you're clicking together and making bigger things out of. And you're not supposed to like cut the Legos in half, but you can if you really want to. Um, but I think this like building toy mentality that people get into with technology often means that you don't even consider cutting the Lego in half because it's this like atomic object that you've come to regard as a foundational building material. And so sometimes that's good because you don't want a pile of half broken Legos. But I mean, it also means that you stop thinking about where those Legos come from and you just treat them as this sort of infinitely recyclable resource. Whereas when you start building things outside that building toy world, that's no longer applicable. Looking forward to the Micah Makes an Analog Synth stream. That could be pretty fun. I could be pretty into that. I just have a hard time starting a new project because I just assume that when I start a project, it's going to end up being a bad idea. And so it's hard to actually take that step. I think I sort of tricked myself in starting the sandbox project. And so now that I've got some momentum, it feels like an okay thing to do sometimes. But yeah, it's still hard to imagine that any of this is actually okay. Hey. You just wandering around? Hey. I'm gonna wrap this video cable all the way around the tripod. Wow. Oh yeah, and then the Eddie's also asking if I ever had Kinects. I don't think I ever had Kinects, but I remember being really intrigued by them because I think I knew somebody who had Kinects, or I went to a daycare that had Kinects at one point. So yeah, I had seen them and they were mysterious and interesting, but I never really had a chance to sit down and play with them. Oh, that's a fun idea. Foxthing Feather on Twitch chat suggests a project. They're wondering if I could make an analog synthesizer by taking apart and repurposing the components of other stuff without actually buying that many newly produced items. That could be really inspiring because, I have a lot of junk here and I do find myself really depressed by the part of electronics building that is basically just shopping. Like when you're building a product or when you're doing really any kind of serious electronics engineering, so much of it is just shopping and like figuring out what your supply chain is going to look like and figuring out who you're going to buy what from. Whereas this almost reminds me of one of the things that I liked about Robot Odyssey when I was a kid. Like this idea that you're just like wandering around this world that's full of parts and you can like collect the parts and use them to make stuff. And like reclaiming some of that might be nice. Yeah, the Yeti also brings up how, like when you have just like a pile of Lego bricks versus buying a Lego set, then it's you can end up with like different experiences, like trying to build the thing that's on the box versus just trying to see what you can make with the pieces. That's an interesting way to think about software. I feel like a lot of what I'm doing, a lot of what I enjoy the most when I'm doing software or hardware is that feeling of, oh, I just have a pile of Legos. Let's just put them together and see what we can build. Which is pretty different from like trying to build the thing on the box, which is often what we're trying to do to solve problems. Yeah, this way that we really like it's hard to be honest about what activities in the like hobby electronics and software worlds are really just for fun and which ones are like instrumental in achieving other goals. Because I don't know about other people, but I feel like at least personally, it's been hard to separate those a lot of the time. Like, I have to kind of have a strategy for convincing myself that things are fun just because I'm already doing them in order for for technology projects to keep going. Oh, interesting. Zegrop's wondering how much of technology tends to be actively harmful or used in an actively harmful way as opposed to just being passively harmful due to like societal momentum or something, or is that a false distinction? I mean, I feel like a lot of what we're doing when we build and deploy technology is we're making something that gives people with power more power. So we're just like multiplying what's already there. Um, there are certainly cases where it's like worse than that or better than that, but I feel like the baseline with technology, if you don't try to do something better or worse, is you're going to be applying a power multiplier for the people who are already doing okay. That's interesting. That's a doorbell. It's a little weird at this time of day. I'll be right back. I think my housemate had a package. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, Robin breaks this down. It's hard to build technology that won't make things more powerful, or that won't make things that make more powerful people more powerful, powerful people have to have have stuff that you'd use to build your technology with. Yeah, it's the dependencies that are already there. Hmm. I mean, this feels related to how it seems like complexity and the depth of supply chains just keep ratcheting up. Like we don't generally make things any simpler. We're generally having additional layers and additionally complicated processes between the final thing that we're building and the raw materials. I feel like I've had some conversations about this that start going into what ifs about like, oh, what if we could have more small scale semiconductor fabrication? Because like that feels like a big chunk of some of these supply chains is that well you need somebody to have a facility that can produce these single crystals of silicon with nanometer patterns on them. So like the whole idea of integrated circuits feels like problematic from that perspective. Like in a better society, would we even have integrated circuits or would we be doing something completely different? Oh, it's an interesting question about the disco ball thing. They're asking if that came from some salvaged components or if it was like a giant light that went on display. You mean the one that used to be in a bunch of my streams? Um, I don't think I have anything like that in the room right now. If you're talking about that art project, that was something that I made for a museum show many years ago now. Um, that was another one of these projects where I kind of didn't really know what to do with myself except put all of my energy into one thing. And so for a time, I put all of my energy into one silly art project for a museum show. And I was excited because I was getting my stuff in a museum and it seemed like a big milestone. And I thought it would be cool. And I basically just ended up hating the whole process. Like, making the thing itself was such a slog. And then once I finally made it, it didn't really live up to my expectations and I mostly didn't like it. And then everything about the show was awkward and I mostly didn't like the people who liked the art there. And it just felt like this is not a place that I belong. So I ran the other direction. Um, that was mostly new components. The glass I used in that was all used. It was like glass collected from the ground and from shops and stuff, but like the actual the plastic and electronics and stuff were all new parts. Yeah, it was basically a giant light. It was originally intended to be like an interactive thing, but I didn't get that part of it working in time because I was just like stressed out and didn't have the right planning for the whole thing, and so it was basically just a giant failure of project management on my part. Oh, that's an interesting question, or interesting line of inquiry. Robin says that once you start asking how we can make silicon-based electronics better, you pretty quickly get to why not just make carbon-based electronics that yeast poops out. That would be pretty interesting, right? That's also a good point. So Zgrep points out that, or they're asking, does reverse engineering various popular cheap tech also contribute to empowering people who already have power? And they suggest that they guess it does for the manufacturer and such, but that could also help users. Totally. I feel like that's also something I've wrestled with a lot. Like, I've tried to focus like this format at various times on this idea of empowering people by making the world around them more accessible. I mean, I think that's still what I'm talking about on my Patreon page, and that's still something I care about a lot. I just also feel like that constraint is um, a pretty big deal. Where if I make something that's like really interesting and kind of empowers you to think more about the details of some particular thing around you, that's practically speaking probably not going to be useful for anyone. Um, if it is actually practically useful for someone, it's probably going to be someone who's already like really deep into that and just needed like a little bit of additional information. Um, so I feel like the actual practical amount of help is pretty negligible. And then there's this sort of like inspiration or educational aspect. But if it's at this level where I'm mostly doing stuff that people who don't already have some experience in that area, if people who aren't already in that headspace of thinking about the tiny little computery bits as interesting, if those people don't tune in, then it doesn't really help anybody who isn't already like in that world. So yeah, I'm quite concerned about that. That's actually a lot of what demotivates me working on these things. It's feeling like it's only like I'm doing these computer nerd things that only computer nerds are going to care about, and I don't want to do things that computer nerds care about. David is wondering what happened with those accessibility input devices I had at some point. That's a good question. I mostly lost that thread of communication with the AT Makers folks because they said that there was some problem with the Windows drivers, and then I like tried it out and it seemed fine, and I was having trouble figuring out what the actual problem was. And then I think they just started working with someone else to like write a new driver, and I still never figured out what the actual problem was they were having. So mostly a failure of communication there. I still have the devices, but yeah, I didn't end up doing anything useful with them. Yeah, Zegret points out that it's very hard to reach a large general audience. Yeah, I feel that, and I don't know that I necessarily want a large general audience. Like I don't know that I want to be the like super popular YouTuber that has to like appeal to everyone, because I feel like even if that was something I wanted and even if that was something I was capable of, I would just hate the resulting environment that made for me, like being constantly surrounded by just like every single clueless person who is slightly excited about technology. Like I don't think that's something I want. I think I want to find where is my little niche where it doesn't seem like everything is bad, and then work out from there. those accessibility input devices are also one of these things where that that whole field of accessibility is both like vital and extremely important for some people, and also just rife with wishful thinking and like people wanting to help but not actually knowing what anybody's actual needs are. Disintegrated circuits. Yeah, I mean that's another option here, right? Is that we find a way to make useful devices with components that are less highly integrated. But then, like, what are we trying to do with this? Like, I feel like so much of what was driving technology was not the solving a problem, but the having a Lego set. Like, we have some interesting pieces. What can we build with them? And then if we're trying to actually build things that are, like, more helpful than the pieces are harmful, then, like, which pieces do we still use and which things do we still try to build? Yeah, that's also a good point, that people being clueless and excited about technology is often how it starts. Yeah, I don't think that's bad in general. It's just exhausting for me. Like, I don't want to be constantly exposed to people who make me feel like the entire field is pointless, because I've already got too much of that in my life. I feel like I need to find that source of energy. Like, I need to figure out like where I can start from that actually feels like I'm standing on something stable, and then go out from there. And I haven't really found that in like the tech YouTube scene. Like, it's, I don't know. I feel like I've been avoiding that whole world for a long time now. But maybe if I made an edited video that was just awesome and perfect, then I could like break back into that with some new community of people who I'd have interesting dialogue with or something. I just don't know how I'd actually accomplish that. I have so much video that I just haven't edited or released because I don't have a meaningful context for any of it. Foxing Feathers reminded of a page on someone's website where they talked about recycling optical components from dead projectors. See, that's one of those interesting things where, like, very few people are going to actually do that, but it's maybe an accessible, inspirational thing that actually does get people thinking about more, like, what the pieces their world is made out of might do. I have had fun with constraints like that on occasion. Like, I had a project ages ago where I was trying to build like a vector laser projector. So like something that would draw like vector graphics on the wall with a laser. And I think at the time you might have been able to get like the pieces that you'd use to build like a professional laser projector, but they were still kind of hard to find and kind of expensive. And I had this kind of weird constraint that I set for myself, which ended up being a lot of fun, where I wanted to build a laser projector like that only out of non-application specific components. So only by using things that weren't specifically designed for making a laser projector. So if I was just like buying a laser galvo off of eBay and hooking it up, that would be a violation of that constraint. But I ended up using voice coils from hard disks, and I also decided it needed to be entirely digital. Like, I wanted to do the amplifiers all Class D and do all the feedback loops in software. So that was another weird constraint. But and then that feels kind of like it's more in the world of like not quite abstract mathematics, because there's clearly a use for a lot of this, but it's more like code golf. Like, it's this thing which is an abstract game that is adjacent to something which has sort of serious repercussions. And that's why I'm a little worried about that. Like, Like if it was just abstract mathematics, then we could just have some abstract mathematics and not worry about which weapons are getting built with it right away. But if it's code golf, then you know someone's going to use that code to do something bad. Oh, interesting. Robin's been on the lookout for dead projectors, and they've been having trouble finding them. I found a dead projector on the street last year. I should actually see if that's got any interesting optics. Well, I think I scared away the silly hat guy, and all of you are much more reasonable. Yeah, right. Like that. So the Yeti says that talking about what pieces things are made of finally got me to looking around the house and noticing that lots of the work that they've done has started with what's even in here. Yeah, that like feeling of like I've got a box of Legos, I just want to make something with it is super fun. And like that's why I got interested in all this when I was a kid. Like I followed that feeling for a long time, just trying to make things out of pieces I had. Um, and then for a long time, like I found that if I made things with those pieces that were like particularly cool for some definition of cool that I didn't really understand, then people would be interested in it and, you know, post it on their blogs or whatever. And I followed that for a while. I didn't know what I was doing though. And like I still struggle to figure out exactly what kind of coolness that was. And usually the closer I get to understanding it, the less I like it. Yeah, I guess I could do videos on like house related stuff. I did a bunch of that this summer. Like there's still so much left to do, but I moved into this house in last January now, and I spent a bunch of time earlier in the year doing like cleanup in the attic and running big conduits full of cables from place to place. But there's still a bunch more to do. No, I don't know if Tuco is going to come back before I wrap this up. I think I might actually wrap this up now that we're pushing 5.5 hours or so. I don't know if this was a useful stream. I feel like it was super rambly, but let me know if I should stream more, and I will try to do it. I feel like I'm at this point where like I have a little TV station here that is relatively easy to use, but now I don't know what kind of show to have, and I feel really frustrated with the sort of content that I've been making for a while now. I like tech shit post projects like replacing the font in a graphics card. Yeah, that would be funny. I used to be much more interested in projects that were basically tech shit posts before like I started feeling like the whole endeavor of technology has a meaningful darker side that we'd been ignoring. Oh, that's a good kind of navigational aid. Robin says that they've been increasingly focused on building things that give people more choices versus allowing people to do new things but with less choices, which is what a lot of tech seems to do. Yeah, that's a good metric. No, I don't think there's anything good on that screen anymore, so maybe we'll go back to this screen for a sec. Yeah, that is interesting. So Robin says, continuing, that they don't think they're very good at knowing what people actually want to do, but they're good at building things that can do a lot of different things. I feel a lot of that too. Like, kind of like how I'm just bad at interacting with people and often feel like an alien. I feel like I try not to make too many assumptions about what people actually want to do. And then like that's part of why tools are appealing. Like if you make a tool that people can use to have more choices, that feels really good. Um, and maybe that is a good way of thinking about like tools that are potentially non-depressing versus tools that seem like they're just making the problem worse. Is like, yeah, is this giving people choices or not? Is it giving them capabilities but taking away control, or is it just giving them choices? Peter says it must be possible to find meaningful projects. I mean, that feeling, that it must be possible feeling, is very familiar to me. I know a lot of people who feel that way. I don't know where that actually goes. Like, what projects do you think would be meaningful? That's also a good point, that like my little TV station and my projects could have different things that they're good at. And yeah, that's a little bit of what I was experimenting with doing the Defang Me show with my housemate a couple of times. Is like that was just like a somewhat separate thing that we wanted to do that felt like it could use some of the same infrastructure. So that was kind of an experiment in like, well, what else can I use this for? And before the pandemic kind of snuck up on us all, I was thinking this would be more of like a TV station kind of area that I could share with other people. It's just that I moved and then the pandemic hit and I still basically don't know anyone here. So I've got some personal work to do before that's really a thing I can handle. Yeah, I feel like one part where the that thing about people having more choices versus less choices kind of breaks down is like if I make tools that are good at empowering people with more choices, but only if those people are already in power. Like that's the baseline that all of technology is at. But if I make a tool that is particularly bad at that, then I'd want a way to capture that somehow in my thought process. Oh yeah, Fox Things saying that they've thought about trying to make a Minecraft that was free software and not controlled by Microsoft, just because it feels like a nice creative space, but they're not sure if it would be a good project to do. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that urge is pretty great. Like the wanting to have your creative and social space not controlled by a monopoly is a pretty relatable and good goal, I think. Um, if you don't want to have to start something completely from scratch, I know there are already several open source projects which are trying to be kind of like Minecraft, and I wonder if one of those would speak to you. Like you might be able to contribute to one. ZGrep also suggests some kind of like shared hobby shop would be a good thing for local community. Yeah, I was interested in doing something like that when I lived in San Francisco, and then I just got depressed by how all the people in San Francisco are. So doing that in a place that I find less fundamentally depressing could be pretty great. Yeah, Robin points out that there are a couple of Minecraft projects like that. Like there's Minetest and one in Rust, and yeah, I've seen a couple there. There's also one that I think was using some kind of fancy global illumination engine, but was written in Java. There's probably a Minecraft clone for every language at this point. Well, I think I'm actually going to wrap up, but thanks so much for the good conversation. I know this went slightly off the rails into the talking about stuff territory, but hopefully that was a good mix of coding stuff and not coding stuff. And as always, let me know, excuse me. As always, let me know what you think, and if you want to see anything in particular, or I won't take everything as an order for sure, but I always appreciate hearing what people have to say and what people want to do. Oh, Tuco, are you back to say goodbye? Meow. And a special thanks to everyone who's stuck with me on Patreon all this time. It's like a pretty weird thing to be doing in a pretty weird platform and a pretty weird year, but like I am trying to do what people expect of me, and I appreciate the help people have been providing. Tuco is just briefly coming in. Alright, I'll see you all next time. Happy hacking, folks. Another thing that I often find myself saying, even though people probably assume it means something different than what I mean by it. I still grew up in this world where hacking on stuff and like being a computer hacker was more like playing with Legos, and nowadays people assume that you're breaking stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. Anyway, I'll see you next time.